no, so if you you're in Firefox, that's why you said there was a Firefox version.
The
That's
nice thing about it
you
is just
clicked on
that
the Chrome page. That's why it was making that noise. Why don't I just log out of Chrome? Sure.
and Michael Kennedy, the things that I wasn't working for us originally, I think I fixed. So actually, Michael Kennedy, if you want to try it out, if you have your Roll20 open and your character sheet open,
So
if
I'm
you
just gonna
hit the button
on
for
22.
info,
It's
theoretically
not,
it should open or should roll automatically.
why is my camera
Yeah,
so
buddy. It does it. It works.
Love the
Beautiful.
natural 2.
Yeah, you got that out of the way. Also, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay,
How
we're
long do
good.
they stay there? Do you know?
If you click on the screen, it gets rid of them.
Ah,
But then it's just like the interface is very slightly different from rolling in Roll20, but it still has the same breakdown of numbers and stuff and auto roll damage and stuff like that.
okay. What am I doing, crit?
If you're opening, did you get the extension downloaded?
Yeah.
Okay, so it probably auto downloaded. Don't think you have to do anything there. So if you have Roll20 pulled up on one screen and your character sheet pulled up on another screen, and
I
I know
do.
you set up are a little different, but if you click on your character sheet, like great sword attack, like in your great sword, it should auto roll. Beautiful. So you rolled an athletics check, it looks like. And to change the color of your dice, down at the bottom of your Roll20 screen, which it looks like only Michael J and Michael K are logged into Roll20 right now, but if you guys click the little color icon down there, you can change your color. Or maybe it's if you click the I kind of forget exactly how to change that, but I can't change you guys as only you can. But
Yeah, I don't see it. I see a little die down there with a B.
whisper rolls, type of rolls.
no, it's on Roll20, not
Yeah,
beyond.
yeah.
Yeah, but on Roll20 are little icons down at the bottom of the screen where it says Michael
Oh.
J, and it's got like a forest green color. If you click that, you can
Oh,
change,
that's what chooses the 3D
Oh,
dice color.
and that
Gotcha.
chooses the 3D die color. Yeah, and
can
then
I?
also, and that also changes your ping color. So like when you hold down your click and it pings, that's also
Oh,
determined by that color.
fuck yeah.
Neat.
I would like to change my picture not to be Pix anymore.
Oh, Michael Kennedy, that's awesome that you made Toby Rama down there.
Hell yeah.
Because I also took a little bit of liberty and got into each of your D&D Beyond sheets to upload a character avatar, which is just a screenshot from Hero Forge, the mini I got you,
Ooh.
which are now also included in your D&D Beyond Roll20, or rather your Roll20 avatar as well. But we'll get there in a second. But just some additional stuff. But
I don't know how to change that avatar at the bottom.
that is changed by your, if you back out of the whole session, that's your whole Roll20 profile picture.
Oh.
Ooh, I changed mine to my picture of Jajiri.
Yeah, you did. Beautiful. And I also suggest naming yourself your character down there, just like we do on our Zoom calls.
Oh, baby.
Super awesome, super awesome. One day, one day. Who sings that song? Matisyahu, that's who it is. Haha, got it.
Man, I'm gonna be distracted until I find my super glue.
That's okay. We don't have to rush into anything.
I'm just worried I'm gonna. Last time I had it all over my fingers for the longest time. It was so bad. I had like paper stuck to my fingers like while trying to play this game, and I don't know if you noticed, but I had a nail and I was like peeling my skin off my fingers like half the session.
Jesus.
It sucks.
Yeah, my fingers are just starting to heal now.
One day, one day. shit! I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. How do I get back?
So in order to roll, we click on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, you just click on what you want.
D&D Beyond, and it should auto roll in Roll20. Yay!
Look at that. You can tell it's a birch because of how it is.
I feel like I gotta edit my photo to be a little smaller so it's tighter.
Oh, it worked.
It is sad to change pics off of there. I missed pics.
He misses you too.
This is the age of Telperion, though.
The age of Aquarius.
You guys are getting some low rolls out of the way, so that's good.
Then how do you change your name?
It's in settings in the
Oh,
top
beautiful.
right, the gear icon, and then save name. And you won't have to do this every time. This is good to get some of this out of the way. Session 2.
We're also starting so early, which is nice. We can get this dealt with.
Ooh.
Unlike last session, where I feel like I had adequately mentally prepared the correct amount of content, I have no idea how fast we're going to move through this session.
That's neat.
So maybe I have 6 hours of content prepared, and we'll cut it off at a reasonable 3 or 4 hours. But
Dude, I keep telling you, you're literally a teacher now.
it's definitely funny how that works, because I'm totally getting it. Like, this is preparing a lesson plan.
Yes, and like sometimes some classes go faster, some go slower. I'm gonna plug in this charger, and I will literally have done everything I need to do to be ready.
That looks much better.
It's kind of fun to start so early on Friday because it's like a really good motivator to like not dilly dally at work and like get moving.
Diddle.
Not
Diddle.
to-
Let me have one thing. Tim, you got some coffee? I don't want you getting tired.
I don't have. Wait, I could make coffee, but maybe when you guys get your Chinese food break.
Yeah. You don't need it yet.
Generally, when do you want to do your Chinese food break? Do we want to take I have a good spot in mind for what a break we could take in like an hour.
Sure.
Or whenever, but
Hour and a half. Whatever works. All right. Are you ready, Sprun?
Sure.
Oh, Tim, I got a
Ready,
good meme for you.
I need some spren in my camera though.
Sorry.
He's been working on the side on something. He'll scoot back in when he's...
I was trying to pick the right color.
That's very fair.
Mike, you said you got a meme for me?
Yeah, it's on my phone. I'll look for it in a bit.
Okay.
Only a Stormlight Archives person can appreciate it.
I can't wait for Chris to read those books.
I know, he liked Mistborn a lot.
Oh, he's gonna
Mistborn was
love.
amazing. I'm gonna get into Well of Ascension ASAP. It's just like the last month of my life has been fucking wild, but
I'm imagining it'll be like 5-10 years down the line. You'll finally read them all, and then
no, it'll be
I know.
done with Well of Ascension and Hero of Ages by the end of this year. That's the goal. So I can start Stormlight Archives in the new year.
all right. So it might be sooner than I expect.
That's my pacing at least.
All right, Tim, it's on its way.
Excellent.
Just so I can ask the question, Chris, is that a thin line of blue painter's tape behind you on the ceiling?
It is on the ceiling, and I like taped off the window, and like I'm preparing to
Okay.
next weekend. That might be my project, is painting this gross yellow room a different color, and all the wood trim's gonna go white and stuff like that. But
Ooh.
pretty excited. We got lots of improvements, but
I don't think I've listened to the audiobook.
Oh, it's the one you already showed me.
Yeah. That's when I knew you, and we were like transitioning into fall practicum. I was listening to the audiobook A Way of Kings.
Oh, okay.
I love that scene anyway in Umbrella Academy.
What kind of roll should I make just to get one more out of the way?
Obviously a charisma roll, just a charisma check.
Never
Nice
even
one.
knows my charisma.
Scooping for intel there.
Dude, I've been listening to NADPOD, and they keep it's just so funny having listening to a podcast that's of D&D that's meant to be comedy, and so like they're meant to be goofy, and they always talk about scooping people. Like there was this gnome in a on a all-terrain vehicle, and they rode by, and they're like, I scoop him. And like it was their player who had joined them as a guest for the session. So they scoop him up, and the halfling jumps in to drive the alternate, like the little thing. So they're just constantly scooping people up, and I'm glad you used that word.
How come Mike's dice was yellow? How do you change that?
In Roll20, at the very bottom where your little icon is, you have a highlight of blue. Click on that little color, and you can change it to any color, and that changes your die color. You gotta
Wait, Mike's...
Wait, no, yours is blue, but your dice was yellow.
I saw a blue dice.
I
my
thought
first dice was yellow, and then I changed it.
Oh.
Yeah, and every time it rolls, if you just click anywhere on the screen, that roll will go away.
Good charisma roll that time. But I'm gonna use physical dice instead anyway.
Yeah, which is totally fine. Feel free to use physical.
I cannot hit with my short bow today, I guess.
Was that a 7 to hit? Holy shit.
The one earlier was an 8. Or a
Holy
6.
You guys are killing it.
I am not a smart man.
I'm not so smart.
Oh, I rolled a 2 to hit.
Does this work if I just roll? Oh, it even works if you roll like this.
Why did mine show up
Interesting.
highlighted pink?
Which just like the point is,
Maybe that was.
it lets you use D&D Beyond's character sheet instead of Roll20's character sheet, because it's just got D&D Beyond has theoretically
It's organized so well.
It's organized well. It has everything, so it's not like, oh, this is outside the player's handbook, so Roll20 doesn't have it type thing.
We just roll an attack roll real quick. Oh, 32.
Unarmed strike.
All right, I'm ready
Let's
to
do it.
go.
Let's do
whenever.
it. Let's do it.
Oh, okay. I have a blurb that I'll say at the beginning as a recap. We can, evaluate and reconsider how we do this every time. But for now, I'll plan on at least having a recap blurb every time. Although I did love the character blurbs we would do from the perspective of the characters in Midwater. So maybe someday we'll bring that back. But okay. Are you all able to see the last background screen that we left off at?
Yeah.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
All right. Aeridon Session 2. Fredas, 22nd of Hearthfire. Last we left off on Fredas, 22nd of Hearthfire, as the Nora mercenary crews awoke and gathered for their daily duties, Commander Gallus Aaron awoke Toby Rama from his sleep to accompany him for the day. Together, they collected roulette at the smithy and went to meet with two new arrivals at the front gate of Fours Hollow. Telperian Loonsong, a moon elf from the Emerald Forest, and Jajiri, a Genasi folk hero of some far-off place and accompanied by his young human ward, Moby. Gallus acquired lodging for Moby at Town Hall, then walked this crew of individuals through town, past the mercenary fort, and up the southern forest hill to the training grounds for a sparring match. Gallus was clearly very encouraged by what he saw from all participants and commended the winner Telperion on his swordsmanship. After setting up 2 new travelers with living accommodations at Nor Camp, Rebecca, a wood elf archer, burst into the mess hall at lunch, alerting Gallus and the others that Boris's farm had been attacked. After quickly making the way to the farm and speaking with Boris himself, the crew investigated the carnage and journeyed southward into the verdant woods with 2 main goals: to find and stop whatever creature did this, and to hopefully bring back Peony, the favored draft horse of Boris's late wife, Betsy. With the half-orc hunter Rhea at your side, you followed a path of horse tracks and a strange sort of plant rot infestation through the woods. You discovered the missing mule, dead with rotting wounds and innards torn out, but not eaten. You avoided a delicate encounter with a bear, seemingly feasting on a pig or some animal, and continued further, leaving the well-explored verdant woods and proceeding further into the darker Emerald Forest proper. You ventured through beast-inhabited terrain, and with Telperion's aid, made it through some kind of ancient magical force that dissuaded any non-elves in the party from continuing. No more than 10 or so minutes past that point, you all arrived at some kind of ancient stone ruin structure that Telperion quickly recognized as elven architecture, including iconography of the elven god of the sun, Corellin Lorethian. And that is where we pick things up. As these ancient ruins slowly come into view, what would you like to do?
Corellian Lefian?
Will you write Corellin's name in the chat for Michael?
Hell yeah.
And then how do you spell Rhea?
You spelled it correctly.
Oh, I thought it was Rhea.
Oh, so did I.
Sorry, this ain't 3 houses, boys. So yeah, you've walked past this heavy, densely wooded area, and then slowly these ruins stand in front of you, made of stone with some relief stonework of elven architecture and iconography. And you are welcome to proceed how you wish.
You were saying last time that there were like hints of primordial magic around, or was that directed specifically to Telperion?
That was Telperion's understanding of the kind of sensation you guys proceeded past.
And I'm not sharing that.
Do we see so like whatever trail or like trail marks or the weird plant shit that we were following? Do we still see it on this side of the barrier as we've been walking?
You can all, whoever wants to, can make investigation and/or survival checks.
Survival check,
I think it
please.
started ringing. Did you hear anything, or is it my
No.
Okay.
I thought there might have been like
survival.
What am I making?
Survival or investigation to determine if there are hints of those tracks.
9.
I'm very much not looking for the tracks, and I'm just gonna start walking towards that relief. And I'm dropping the rope that I held to bring them in.
Okay. So Telperion is very caught up in a gaze, staring at the stonework and walking towards it. Toby Rama, perhaps although well adapted to these woods and familiar with this type of territory, also may get caught up in the grandeur of this old stone structure and kind of doesn't keep his focus down. Roulette, very clearly, you can see evidence of the rot. Hard to tell at this point. The wooded dirt floor is a bit more matted and compact, so it's harder actually to see any evidence of horse tracks, but you can very evidently see the rot leading toward the front door of this ruin.
Oh, like leading towards the thing that has the glyphs and shit around it?
Yeah, just this large entryway where there's a stone relief above that of depicting some kind of ancient elven figure.
Has anyone touched this plant stuff, or have we just? That's a in and out of game question. Has anyone actually like touched or picked this up at this point?
I do not believe so. Even Rhea, when inspecting the mule, you'll remember, was very careful not to touch it. But I don't believe she has tried, or anyone else for that matter.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it, and I will point out So I think that big doorway there is probably where we need to head. Whatever this rot is seems to be heading that direction.
Before we go any further, Talpirion, can you tell us more about this area?
I'm praying under my breath, and I don't acknowledge that question at all. And I'm getting closer to the door. How old?
Guys, let's follow his lead. Let's be careful, but let's follow Telperion.
Hold on, wait, Toby. How is Moby gonna follow us here?
Oh yeah, I guess I forgot. He has all your stuff, doesn't he?
And wasn't he following us through the woods?
Oh, I guess that's right. We had sent for Moby to come after us with his pack.
Oh no. Should we should we
Okay, Jerry's gonna take a stick out of the ground and I'm gonna jam it into the ground and I'm gonna be like, okay, now Moby will know that we went this way.
I'll grab a piece of charcoal out of my bag and just kind of scrawl Jajiri arrow in the direction we're going. Yeah.
You are welcome to do so. Rhea kind of, even in a element of this forest that she has not explored and therefore is showing a little bit more discomfort than you've ever seen, Toby. She is still kind of almost amused, smiling to herself at this, seemingly not worried about that as an issue.
Still praying.
I'm praying under my breath, kind of ignoring you guys. But there was MK, are you recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay. DM, Telperion is wondering. I'm looking around. I'm trying to assess how long this looks like it's been abandoned.
Make a history check.
Hey, Jiri, does your pack have everything you need in it? Like, do we need to wait for Moby to catch up to us? Or, like, do you have, like, kind of the essentials on you?
It's got some really important things in it, but I've got my sword and my water. That's all I need for now.
Alrighty.
Telperion, 22.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. Although it may be hard to distinguish age of old ruined stone in terms of 100 years might as well be 800 years. It's maybe hard to tell. However, there's, based on some of the design work and iconography, you can tell that some of this does not represent the kind of building architecture you're used to, and therefore may predate some of your culture's current standards. But also, you recall that the Mooncrest elves, and certainly Nimberthillans in particular, they know locations of ancient Sun Elf cities that once existed some time ago. They have maps and intel of where those cultures used to reside, and for a fact you've never heard of any Sun Elf abode being this close to the border of the woods or this far north, really.
Okay. And as I'm scanning around, like looking for hints of how long ago this place was abandoned, I'm kind of keeping an eye out for like the condition. Like obviously it looks like time has ravaged this place, but does it look like it was attacked, or can I infer if the abandoned, is there an obvious reason this place was abandoned, like a battle?
I can, with your high roll, I'll absolutely freely give you the information that it looks fairly dilapidated naturally. There's wood, there's trees and roots growing out the sides of walls where rubble is below. It seems that nature has kind of taken over this place without any upkeep over however long. You don't notice any signs of necessarily warfare style conflict at this place.
Cool.
How if I'm thinking of let's say it's like a circle, the ruins are in a circle, how far around is it? Could I do a lap around and kind of take in my surroundings in under 10 minutes, or would it probably be a longer trek than that?
You could absolutely try that in 10 minutes. The building itself is probably a couple 100 feet wide, and you're not sure from this vantage, you're not sure, it's so densely wooded, you're not sure how far back it goes.
I guess I'll just kind of work my way to, as we're approaching it, to the left side, and then like not go closer to it than Telperion has, and then
Okay.
make my way, like just go across the front of it to the right and keep an eye out for movement, creatures passing through, anything inside.
Okay. As you guys start to approach this place, Telperion, if you're leading, how close do you want to get to the front of this structure?
5 meters away.
Okay. Then I will bring you guys to the next screen.
I'm British.
I know.
And if you scroll to the bottom of this, you'll see your new tokens, which are PNG cutouts of the hero,
Right.
which is at least a little better than the previous ones. So
I just want to note that I took out a notebook and I'm jotting down observations.
Okay.
As I walk.
That's totally fine. Telperion, you had mentioned that you wanted to move to one of the sides. Would you like to? Oh, west. Okay. Well, I guess
Toby. Yeah, I'll just do a quick jog around the left side of the building. Take a look around to start.
I'll say you can absolutely freely go over there and check that out as the crew slowly approaches. There is dense forest cover to each side of the ruins and in front, for that matter, that you're having to slowly approach through.
Right.
So you're having a hard time, getting a bead on how far down it may go.
I would assume it would have, given the state of the ruins, but does like the forest and the trees and the canopy get all the way right up to the ruins?
Yes, fairly. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay. So I probably won't be able to glean too much. I'll jog back over.
Okay.
To join the party.
You are free to do so.
We have to go through this door.
Yep.
What do you think's beyond the door?
If we're lucky, a horse, and likely a monster, but no monster is going to stop me from investigating this place.
Do you know much of this place, Elf? I apologize. Telperion.
I know very little of this place, which is why I'm so entranced by it.
Well, it seems clear to me, after Roulette pointed it out, that the rot seems to go up to the building and sort of disappear now that we're at the crest of this threshold. So
That's fortunate.
let's use caution moving through this. We don't know what kind of beasts may have taken up abode in here.
Ray, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'd say let's tread lightly as we step across this doorway. Maybe don't need to wake whatever's inside. Maybe could hear a horse whinnying in the distance.
That sounds good. Keep our ears to the ground. Good idea.
I will gesture for Telperion to lead.
I'll warn you, I am no master of stealth in this heavy armor, but we can try. And I want to hold out my hand and try to force push the door open gently.
There is no doorway currently.
It worked.
It is a very ornate but beautifully well built kind of gothic's not quite the right word, but a curved doorway that just opens up freely into the temple.
Is it like pitch black inside?
It's fairly dark, yes. And there's, although you could see from the outside that sections of the ceiling have fallen in and stuff, and there's rubble everywhere, tree cover has entirely engulfed this area, and there's very little sunlight getting through, if at all. So it will be darkness inside.
I'll say, and for my first trick, and torch is going to levitate out of my backpack and hover right in front of me, and I'll flintstone and light it.
Okay, sounds good.
And then I'll send the torch in front of us.
Okay.
About 20 or 15 feet in front of us, 3 meters.
Sure.
And walk in slowly after it.
Let me do this.
1 meter is like 3 feet.
Yeah, 3 meters is 5 meters. Fucking math.
Let's 5 meters.
Yeah. Is that 20 feet?
About.
That
How do you 15 feet? 5 times 3 is 15.
I'll
15 feet
nudge
from me.
nudge Toby and say, "Do you know how he's doing that?"
I mean, I had a plan for giving us some light, but I mean, he's clearly got it. He also was like pushing us around on the up on the hill back then. This guy's interesting.
Yeah, he picked up the hay over top of me.
You were in.
Actually, I probably didn't know that you did that. Actually,
You might be guessing now.
yeah, maybe he was the one that picked up the hay.
Oh, you were in
Excellent.
the hay? I was wondering where you went because I was like focused on Telperion, and I look back and that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's how I got my tabby dirty. That's why I had to call a timeout.
Understandable.
I love the flatness of how you say tabby when I'm doing the British, like pulling the vowels up, and tabby is always
Tabby.
super flat. Yeah, I notice it every time.
Okay. Yeah. I'll stick to the rear as we proceed in.
Okay. I think you all have control now of your characters. I tried to give you control, so you guys can freely move them, bit by bit. As the
We
torch.
cannot.
I thought I gave you guys permission. That's so weird.
It doesn't take that long. Tim, can you tell us how to do it? Because I know I used to do it pretty quickly.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
double
no.
click.
Wait, pause. Because we have to click to the character section, which we shouldn't do.
I also think you guys can only view in the journal your own character.
I can only see mine.
I see Toby Rama.
I see Toby Rama.
Yeah, I think they all see Toby.
Damn it.
But what does that have to do with us moving our characters?
I know, because.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Save changes. Okay, so shit. Let me.
There's two separate things. There's a share with, like, if you click on the actual token itself, you can give us permission to move it.
Yeah. Boom and boom. Okay, Michael Kennedy, try yours again.
Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Maybe
Critter and
we might need to reconnect in the chat. Maybe.
yeah, you may need to reconnect.
Okay, let me
yeah.
do that. I'm gonna reconnect. Here.
I know exactly what to do. I just thought I had done this for every character, but I clearly had not.
All right, while we're waiting, I want to talk to Rowlett. And I'm going to, because I guess we're just waiting around, and I'm going to ask you, who in your family do we have to thank for that glorious fiery red hair of yours?
Beautiful.
Roulette blushes hard. Mr. Jerry, that's actually a good question. My mom and dad are both dark brown hair. I didn't actually know my grandparents on either side, but they both had both sets of them had blonde or brown. I'm sure it's somewhere well up in my family tree. Great grandmother or great grandfather. Some shock of red somewhere. My dad has always spoken about the craziness of his family tree. They have weird things, like 7 feet tall or 3 feet tall, shockingly red or platinum blonde hair.
You've got family members that were 7 feet tall?
Well, I've never met them, but that's what my daddy always told me. I never knew really quite what to believe from him.
I still cannot move my guy. Oh, yes, I can. Boom.
Thank gosh. I'm like, I know I did everything.
You did it.
I can move roulette.
Okay.
Yeah, but somewhere back in my family, I'll make sure to ask my daddy again if he knows specifically who had the red hair genes back in my family.
Yeah, you don't see much red in Jolin. It's a very unique hair color.
Is it more blue?
Yeah, everybody's got blue hair.
Oh, so
Really?
you probably don't see many other hair colors at all, do you?
No.
Blue, dark blue, light blue.
I'll just kind of
Yeah.
tell myself and go, why didn't he compliment my hair? That's different.
Whoa.
Also, I just finally figured out how to do this. And Michael Jacoby, I custom did
Oh,
antlers
yeah, it looks so much cooler.
really quickly.
That's what it looks like.
Gorgeous. Toby.
Hey, Toby.
Oh, I couldn't see Tim's up close. I'm glad you did the bit big.
Oh my god.
We're so cool.
So cool.
Everyone is really, really cool, I will admit. Also, this is just for you guys' information. Let me pull up her thing real quick.
Oh, Rhea?
Yes, I want you guys to know what Rhea looks like, which is this.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Nice.
She is pretty. She's a pretty orc.
Got the teeth.
I am staying close behind Telperion, but not looking at him. I'm looking around as much as possible.
Okay.
I want to stay with the archers.
Okay.
I'm
Perfect.
gonna like send my torch to the left, to the right, just kind of all around, poke the torch, and I want to kind of like smell the air for where it smells the freshest and the least fresh.
The air, hard to distinguish distance or direction. Air smells very damp, moldy, like really like rotting plant matter. It's like there's mostly, so as you walk in and this torch starts to illuminate the space around you, which theoretically is a radius of bright light, and further out it's dimmer light, and then it continues into further darkness. But very clearly stonework floor and walls, although the stone is cracked and dismantled and chipped and broken, but there's vegetation growing out of it in like seemingly every corner. You can't step on a section of stone without almost having your foot on some version of grass, and therefore as soon as you kind of walked through this entrance, the rot kind of picks up again, and you see sporadic sections of it, almost now that it's more clearly on the ground and less general dense foliage. That rot seems to be in kind of steps of a gate of some kind.
Had we discerned that whatever the creature was that captured might have also had hooves? I think we had figured that out last time.
I do not believe that was...
Okay, I might be wrong on that.
But Telperion, as you kind of manipulate this torch to shift to the left, you see a stone tunnel that continues further off. As you shift it to the other side, you can see a smaller tunnel that seems to give way to a lower chamber of some kind. And as you hold it out in front of you, you can see a massive circular atrium type section of this building, and you can see stone statues through that area with a especially large central statue.
So would you say that?
Hard to make out details at this distance, but you can absolutely see that there's multiple, routes you can take to navigate this ruin.
So as we entered, we could clearly see there was to the right and to the left pathways to go because of the torchlight before opening into the center chamber. I guess as I enter in, I'll step up and I'll briefly go in front, and I'll do Eyes of the Grave.
What do you do?
I take a knee and I close my eyes and place my archery glove over my forehead, and then
what
I just meditate.
What do the other people see when this archery glove is pressed to your forehead? Just in case it was forgotten from the last time you described it.
I don't think did I do this last time?
You briefly mentioned it. I don't think you described it specifically, but what do the other people see?
It's when you did some other thing during the fight.
Yeah, no, this is I think with Eyes of the Graves there I don't think there would be a visual thing for them to observe.
Correct. I was just wondering if you wanted to flavor the okay.
It's kind of just I take a knee and just kind of press my hand on my forehead.
Cool. As you do, and you open your eyes again, you scan your surroundings for any blip of any types of creatures that allows you to get a glimpse of. You do not see any.
Okay.
You do not sense any in your radius.
Okay, I'll stand back up and allow Telperion as he sees fit to lead the way.
Are you all right?
Oh, I was kind of checking the area, just making sure that no creepy crawlies were around.
And verdict on that?
No, I didn't detect any.
Okay, good.
Creepy crawlies.
Bad things.
Ah. Good. Any ideas? I have one.
Which is?
Following the dirty rot plant footsteps. Critter, did you say that those go forward, or
they're sporadic? It looks like several areas of this. By telling the kind of distance apart, you can tell that these seem to align with something's gait, some kind of footsteps. At least are paced accordingly with these patches, and they're everywhere. So it's it's hard to determine directionally right now, but it's very evident that whatever the source of that rot
It's probably
is
been roaming around.
has been through here. Yes.
Shall we roll for it? I take out my jade die.
Oh yeah.
And I say left 1 2, forward 3 4, right 5 6.
you sure will?
I turn back to Judge and I say, I bet you a gold that it's 5-6, and we go right.
Telperion, before you do this, let me jump into D&D Beyond real quick because I should have done this. Did I already do this? Let me do this really quick.
Jajiri replies, "Oh, I don't like to bet. I've had a monsoon of bad luck as of late."
Oh, no worries. I was just trying to have a little fun as we were going into this creepy place.
Okay, Telperion, I believe this item has been added to your inventory. If you refresh your screen, hopefully it will show up there. And because you had a short rest after receiving this, you can choose to have attuned to this if you wish.
It would be in
In your inventory section, it's down in equipment. It's the Charlatan's Die.
I'm refreshing.
Toby.
Die?
What's up, Jerry?
I thought I was just gonna roll and be 6 as often as possible.
Well, it absolutely can be, but I want something.
I just don't know anything about this. I don't. Oh,
Right.
Charlatans Die. I'm dumb.
So if you select it, you can choose to be attuned to it, and then by clicking on it, you can see what it does.
Toby, I've seen you do magic before.
Oh.
How
Okay.
does magic work?
How
I'm gonna
does
roll it.
magic work? I guess I would say I literally don't know.
I'm rolling it. And I roll a 1.
What direction did that indicate?
Left.
Okay.
And I'll keep talking to Jerry. He's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know that I necessarily learned how to do spells. I think they were kind of gifted to me, so I know what to do. I don't know what I'm doing.
Could you teach me?
I'll give it my best shot, but maybe we circle back to this once we get back to Force Hollow.
Okay.
And we're potentially walking and talking if we're making our way into the
You are
chamber.
you are welcome to walk and talk, or you are welcome to proceed quietly. Rhea is making sure to carefully step, although even with her, seemingly a dexterous individual who is well accustomed to being quiet, you can still hear the soft crunch of dried vegetation and even some broken glass here and there under her feet. Just from potentially broken windows that are exposed to the elements.
Let's be
Jerry-
quiet going forward.
Oh yeah, sorry. Shh.
Everyone go ahead and make stealth checks.
Hell
Jiri
yeah.
doesn't whisper, he stage whispers.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Rolling at disadvantage. This is my first time ever doing this.
Rhea got a natural one.
I
Look at
got
me,
a
an
natural
18.
3.
Nice. Oh, disadvantage. Wait, why'd you roll twice?
I didn't realize it was on disadvantage, so I did it twice, thinking I had to do it twice.
Oh,
Gotcha.
look at that second pair of rolls, though.
I
too.
know, right?
I rolled a 16.
Okay. So as you guys are, can I get a marching order for down this hallway? It's wide enough to support 2 at a time, but if you guys are proceeding in any particular order.
I imagine Jiri and I would be at the back.
Okay.
I'm kind of jangly and also not really whispering.
I'm going first with anyone who wants to join me.
I'll be side by side with Telperion.
Awesome.
Ray in the middle.
As you
Okay.
guys, yep. What's up?
Human, how are the eyes? I've heard they're not great in the dark.
They're pretty good. I can see the light's definitely helping clear up the hall here. It's not too bad.
All right. Just
I
roll.
can't see anything. Toby, we need more light.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll open up. I'll take my archery glove off real quick, cast light on the center of my hand, and then put it back on so it's kind of dim, but it's still providing light for us. I'm like, is that
sure.
any better?
That's way better.
Has light and mending.
Oh.
You guys are welcome to proceed down the corridor. You see nothing of note as you proceed down this section, other than, again, vegetation growing out of walls, rot patches every so often, pretty much everywhere, every couple of feet, and maybe you're constantly watching your step just to make sure you don't step on the rot if you wish not to, but you're free to continue through that hallway.
I'm keeping my eyes open for obviously it's just hallway, but I'm kind of trying to keep my eyes open for any stuff or I guess reliefs on the wall also, because I think I would assume at this point, after this many years, there's probably not a lot of antiques or anything left or material possessions. So I'll probably be trying to keep my eye on if there's any decorations that would be giving me hints about this place.
For sure. You can already see coming up in front of you some stonework table type structures that are maybe about 3 feet high and fairly long, almost coffin-like, but you can very quickly determine that from the type of structure this is, it is certainly not meant to house undead, or the dead rather. But you can tell that it's potentially, and maybe you can see out, roughly this far or so. And you can tell that maybe those were some sort of ceremonial tables. It looks like there's old withered scraps of some sorts of cloth on them. And there are reliefs above. There are maybe 2 reliefs above each stone table. And then just in general, reliefs all along every single inch of every wall here so far. In this section, almost impossible to determine what those reliefs are. They've been very weathered over time.
Okay.
Are there any? I'm just gonna roulette stepping forward. Are there any tools on any of those tables?
You can make an investigation check, see if something was is not, if something's not obviously in eyesight, maybe something could be. With 16, you don't notice anything of note. Again, might be some scraps of old papyrus style paper or scraps of cloth, but nothing of note here in this area. Just, again, some grooves in stonework and such. But
before we fully turn the corner and head further down, I'll take just a quick, intense gaze behind us, make sure nothing's following us.
Sure. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Also, you can absolutely make an active perception check. Although with your passive perception, you also have noticed that in this whole area, whatever the nature of this place is, things are echoing a lot. The damp echoes of water droplets kind of dropping here and there from tree cover, or this screech of insects, forest insects is really filtering in here and getting amplified. Just kind of an eerie amount of noise, almost white noise in this otherwise quiet place.
I'll still make that check behind us, make sure we're good.
Sure.
Toby, you see Moby yet?
I rolled an 11 plus 5, 16.
You do not notice anything straining your eyes and ears. You
So
do not notice.
I don't see Moby.
But you do not see Moby or any other signs of creatures or beings following you.
Oh,
I'm gonna keep pressing on.
Toby stops and turns to Jajiri and goes, "Remember how Telperion had to lead us into this area?
No.
Yeah, we all had to hold on to the. I don't know if Moby's gonna be able to follow us here.
Why not?
Maybe that's a better question for Telperion, but we started walking and then I turned left, you guys turned right, and he just kept going straight.
Yeah. There was some type of barrier. That'd be really bad if Moby couldn't follow us. But I think he'll be fine.
Me too. It was just, thought I'd throw the idea out there.
Yeah, I've got some important stuff in my pack, but he'll bring it.
Again, like, I think Toby would know to trail further behind with Jiri, knowing how not quite Jiri's being.
Peter, can you give me control of the torch, the little box?
I tried to. I don't know how to give control of that.
That's fine. I feel like you would know. I'm going to keep it 15 feet in front of me.
Yeah, for sure. So you guys continue to move through this space. As you start to illuminate this next section, you can very clearly see a change in the vegetation in front of you. You notice that the patch of rotting, that rot is no longer here in front of you, but instead there's patches of very obvious opposing the kind of green and browns of the natural vegetation. There's patches of yellow, fuzzy like vegetation as well in front of you.
Can we get through it with,
something of note visually?
Can we get through it without like stepping on it?
It does seem to be navigable through it, although it is, sporadically in different locations.
Telperion, just make sure that torches lighten this room nice and well, so we can step through. We should avoid whatever this weird other new fungus is. I think. I don't know. Should I throw something at it?
You may. Although, yeah, I'll scoop my torch in a little circle and go ahead, throw it.
I'm just gonna pick up a rock and throw it 15, 20 feet away at a patch of yellow fuzz.
Two things may or may not be notable that happen. The rock tumbles into the patch and just sits there, nothing of note. As Telperion's torch starts to slowly move through the space and get closer to sections of it or further away from section, the mold, this fuzzy fungus-like vegetation, you can see it moving. It shifts and it's so slow, but you can see it trying to avoid the flame. As soon as the flame gets closer to it, you can see it very, almost imperceptibly, but noticeably, you can see it get away from the flame.
The spot where I threw the rock, I'm gonna snap at it and cast Firebolt.
As you do, the firebolt ignites in your hand and sends toward it. You don't even need to make a roll. You can aim it competently without being under stress of combat. As you do, this bolt of fire flings forward, hits that patch of yellow mold, and it just incinerates and burns up immediately. Although this flash of light that just proceeded 20 feet forward illuminated a creature further down that hall that it lights up white teeth that are bearing at you as, let me go to here.
I guess I did snap.
And you sent fire at it.
That was further down.
Who all would have seen that?
Anyone. So you're behind. So maybe you. Okay. So one thing I've learned about dark vision for any of you that have it is, if you're in light, your dark vision's not activated. So if you had a dark vision of 120 feet, but you have a torch of 30 feet, you don't see 30 feet and then the rest of your 90 feet of dark vision.
Right.
The light is like reacting in your cones and rods, and like there's D&D science about it, but light in any sense being in it nullifies your dark vision. But with this flame burst that sends further down, you can, Toby Rama, you can even see that because this, anyone can see this because a bolt of flashing light went down. You guys can see a wolf looking at you, baring its teeth, and just like kind of in a pounce-like creature, D&D science. You can see a wolf baring its teeth at you, and you can now hear a very, very low growl in its throat.
Slivers are in my hand.
One growl? We don't hear echoes
It is just
elsewhere?
It's just a constant and baring its teeth. But you're right. You do not, at this moment, you do not hear multiple sources.
Where is it? Oh, it's real far.
Yeah, further ahead, like 60 feet or so, maybe further.
So I guess for reference, probably towards the end of this next section of
Yes.
hallway.
It's on the map if you move the map
Yeah,
up.
it's on the
Okay, I see.
this way. Yep.
Okay.
Friends, we might have a bit of carnivorous company down the end of this hall.
And as soon as that flash of firebolt incinerates the yellow mold successfully, but then the light dissipates, you no longer have eye shot of this creature that's outside of your range of vision, but you can still hear that growl.
Rowlett, was that a horse?
Not a horse I've ever seen. A bit smaller, looking like a wolf. Telperion, can you send your torch further down? I don't know. This thing's probably going to attack us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna whisper to it in Elvish, and for the DM's sake, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna do this in British. Wolf, I claim this temple back, and you should be gone if you wish to live. I'm just gonna say it really quiet.
Sure. You say this into the darkness, and you're able to say that.
And I'm on my way if you don't leave. And I'm gonna start walking forward towards it with a crescent in each hand.
Watch out for the fuzz.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just plants.
I'll knock an arrow.
As soon as you Telperion move 5 foot forward, please make a Constitution save.
I maintain what I said of knocking an arrow.
22.
You succeed and take 2 poison damage as the spores nearby that patch of yellow mold that you almost just stepped near, or you did step near but not on, you inhale these spores, and you just are convulsing with your stomach immediately. And you can very freely take a step back, but it seems that mold definitely presents some version of a hazard.
Telperion, I've also got a torch. Can you bring yours back so I can light mine off of it?
Sure. I'll bring it back.
Here's some water.
And I'll wave it back. Now, can you explain to me? Was it like a puff? Was it like a puff of spores that I stepped on, or do I feel like if I keep going, are more gonna erupt around me?
I will say by getting close enough to it to receive the effects of it, you could, as soon as you stepped closer to it, yes, there was some. Again, almost imperceptive, but like a slight shift of movement from that patch, and then there was a small cloud that just drifted up to you.
From the patch I'm on?
Yes.
And if I keep going, yeah. And there's multiple patches along the way.
The patch that you stepped within 5 feet of, yes.
All right, I'm going to step back. I'm going to say 5 fingers. You want to light it up? 5 fingers.
Oh, fire fingers.
Hang on. Telperion, maybe we could just use the torches and light them aflame as we move forward.
Yeah, I don't want to keep snapping that wolf. Well, maybe if the wolf comes closer, it'll get killed. Who knows?
I wonder.
I'll start to lead and keep the torch in front of me, trying to burn away any patches I come upon as I move.
I'm keeping my snaps ready if I see any puffs that are ready to.
I'm like planning for kind of this route, something like that,
I'm gonna where I see. Well,
And
I'm gonna. I
and
mean,
I'm
I
keeping
can
the torch, and I'm very slowly proceeding.
10 feet
And
out in
keeping
front
it.
of you. I'll have my torch doing that too.
Okay. And then I'm also paying close attention to the growls, seeing if there is more of them that come around, or if it gets more intense, or seems like it's coming closer.
Sure. So, two things of note. One, if you guys proceed with staying close to a torch, the mold does not get close enough to affect you. Um, but if there's only two torches near you guys, you'll have to like be either close by or use some other means of.
What is Jerry doing?
Be gone.
No, I'm doing something. So my hand, the tattoos that are on my arm, kind of crawl up my hand. They start to like grow almost, and I force air out of my palm. I use it to push away the spores from me.
That will work. That will work. You can absolutely do that. If you are behind people, the spores may travel in the direction of other people potentially.
You know, it might happen.
I feel like for this,
Okay.
and also, why don't we just say if you have a torch too, we're each using our own torch then.
And,
Except
and then Jiri's got his palm.
Using a torch.
For sure. Rhea will retch and double over as she inhales some fumes real quick and just snaps at Jiri real quick. Keep that shit away. It's nice to know you have that ability, but don't blow that shit toward me, or at least let me go last. So she'll let you go in front of her and she'll take up the lead, but otherwise you are all able to, with torchlight and some version of warmth, keep this yellow mold at bay. And as you proceed further with this torch out in front of you, Telperian's floating torch in front of him, the wolf is very clearly not there anymore. It has shifted to some other location. It's not just sitting in the same spot that you guys had seen it in previously.
Sorry, Rhea. You want some water?
No, that's quite all right. I can manage. Keep it for yourself. I've got my own skin. But you're all able to move through that hallway, and you see something else come into view as this torchlight continues in front of you. There seems to be some other mass laying down in between some other tables that you've seen similarly, these tables, but
Right here.
there is also a body laying there that seems to be absolutely eaten away. It's wearing some version of leather armor that has been chewed through. It's the meat of this body has been mostly eaten. Lots of bone exposed, but there is some version of a body there.
Oh, I'm reaching in there I'm looking in the pockets.
Does the yellow mold seem to stop, like it was kind of focused in that section of the hallway?
Yes, for whatever reason, it had relegated to that section. Yeah.
Seeing that this guy's clearly past any hope, I'll move
Toby, are you gonna heal him?
probably to here.
Okay.
And I'll just kind of keep an eye on my party and just kind of be looking forward as they come forward and as Telperian's looking at this body.
Yeah, make a perception check while you do that. And Telperian, make an investigation check.
You think the wolf did this?
Roll a 19. Jesus.
22.
Really good.
23.
23 is really good. 22 is really good. Toby Rama, as you go to that section and you're able to peer a little bit further into the cavern, you do not notice any sound or visual of any creatures that give you concern.
And I'm still just hearing that kind of echoey ambiance.
Drops of echoing water somewhere, or just the kind of screech of insects that is filtering into this place. Telperian, with that check, you are able to determine that his leather armor is absolutely beyond any version of use or repair, but he does have a short bow and a dagger on him that are in roughly good condition. He has 14 copper, 22 silver, and 4 gold.
Wait, hang on. I don't know. I'm not good at the thing yet. 4 gold. How many silver?
4 gold, 22 silver, and 14 copper. There's also a water skin that is empty but in fine condition.
I've been traveling for a while, so I'm in a scavenging mood. I'm gonna pocket the money pouch,
Okay.
pocket the dagger, and then hold up the bow and the skin. Say, anyone want these? Perfectly usable.
Noticeably no arrows or a quiver. But
I'll go over and I'll grab the bow and shoulder it while keeping my bow that I use out. Just
Okay.
You never know. It's always good
You
to have a
guys are-
spare.
Yep, you guys are free to add that stuff to your inventory, however you like.
I'll take the water skin too.
Otherwise, that was anything of note on his person. You're free to do as you like.
Wait, there's an extra water skin?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, yes, please. I'm pretty thirsty.
Can't you just offer me water and I'll hand you the skin?
Thanks.
You can add another water skin to your inventory.
Oh, so then, okay. Bones, anyone?
Do we know what killed this person?
You are free to make a survival and/or investigation check.
I actually am gonna scoop a bone.
Jiri,
But
did you not see the wolf there earlier?
yes,
Well,
although
that's what I'm wondering. Did the
with
wolf kill this
Telperion-
person?
with Telperian's high roll, he may even suggest, like with some sort of scoff, that very clearly eaten through by some carnivorous beast.
Wonder if there was a carnivorous beast around here.
There was a wolf.
Wolf. I do want a couple smaller bones just for medicinal reasons.
From the human?
Was it a human?
From the thing on the floor. It's
Uh,
not a skeleton. It's a dead man or person, but there's not bones free for picking.
A
I
lot
look,
of
I look at his ears to see if he was an elf.
a lot of bones are exposed, but also enough tendon and skin is holding this form together, but very clearly human ears.
Human ears. I want one femur.
Did you say a femur? Okay.
One femur.
You're welcome.
Honey for splints if you need it.
That's actually
I'll turn around and be like, tell Period, what are you doing? This poor soul. You don't gotta dismember him.
He's dead. It's
I'm
a
gonna back Toby on this one. Yeah, I think we should leave it alone. You might get cursed.
It's not necessarily my motivation, but show some respect.
So we don't want a femur for a splint in case anyone breaks a leg.
I promise you, we'll how about a wolf leg when we inevitably get attacked by and have to defend ourselves against this carnivorous beast. You can get a wolf femur. It's a little smaller, it's still just as strong.
Bone dagger?
Not as excited about that, but sure, that's better.
I dropped the leg.
okay.
That probably had a little bit of meat on it. I just dropped the leg. Oh, I was lifting it up.
I guess in that exchange, I'll go over to the corpse and kind of just adjust it, make it a little more, less, appalling, and just kind of present it nicer, and then I'll go back to the front.
I never knew Telperion was so casual.
Very functional,
Yeah.
Roulette is walking forward with her torch held high, nice and slowly.
As both of you, or as whoever wants to proceeds further, let me grab the thing. Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong layer. And Rhea will join you guys. This will keep floating wherever Telperion wishes. As this torchlight illuminates a greater area, you can see to your left, or kind of upward on these on the map, is some sort of large ornate doors that actually are doors. It's not just an archway, but they're cracked and kind of off hinge and very clearly allow some path through. But perhaps of more interesting note is the wolf now comes into view again. Get faster at this.
I see it. Yeah.
Further ahead of you, and now that you guys were potentially ready to see it, or looking for it, as it turns and darts off in this direction and off screen, essentially, You guys can make a perception check to see anything of note.
Absolutely.
It was about time I had a bad roll. 9.
17.
9.
Tobirama, as you see this wolf turn the corner and run a little further off, you can notice there's something off about that wolf's eyes. When it looked at you, bared its teeth, and ran, it almost looked like a very subtle, even with this torchlight, baring its teeth, you could see the white of its teeth. You maybe expect to see the reflection of the wet eye. The eyes were oddly visible, more so than usual. Like they were emanating some very subtle green glow.
Seeing that and maybe doing a quick note to notice that nothing's actually coming at us really quickly, can I look down and see if from where we were and where the wolf was to where it seemed to have gone, is there fresher rot steps in that kind of line?
I'll say it's too hard to tell with the rot patchwork. So the rot also noticeably, if you guys are zoomed out enough, the rot discontinued down here and then picked back up here, seemingly not encompassing the yellow mold area. But there's rot patchwork vegetation everywhere again. So undetermined if it was essentially left by that wolf.
And I guess I'll reiterate, does any of it seem, this doesn't necessarily make sense, more recent? Not fresh, but...
No.
Okay.
No, hard to tell. All of it seems to be very slowly, like almost like withering away slowly, almost as if a natural process made expedited. That's kind of what this rot is. It's just like it's blackening, it's darkening, and kind of essentially flaking away very slowly.
So do we are we following our currently carnivorous quarry up there, or should we explore the rest of this place first?
Guys, that wolf wasn't like, I say this, but that wolf wasn't like any other wolf I've seen. Its eyes were much more piercing than any I'd ever seen before. Almost, maybe not knowing, but there's something more to it.
Was it just the one wolf you saw?
Yeah, just the one. I would imagine it's the same one we saw as we were proceeding forward.
Yeah, and again, whoever was at this kind of front area, which it looks like all of you, including Rhea, all of you were able to see the wolf run off. It's just Toby noticed this extra small odd detail about its eyes.
I like to know what's on the battlefield. You want to know what's at your back, so maybe we check out this lodge chamber before we move in further.
That's about what I was going to suggest.
Critter, I didn't mention it because there's a lot going on at the time. I would have liked to, if it wasn't a big deal,
take his other leg.
Telekinesis a little bit of fungus into one of my vials.
You can absolutely do so.
All right, I want to do that. I want to have done that. A leg's a leg.
So
a vial of yellow fungus.
Yeah, you can call it yellow mold, vial of yellow mold.
Okay.
Roulette's gonna start walking down back towards the main
As you do, you could see, you now get a sense that you had just walked around half of this large central atrium chamber, and you could see statues before, but now that you're proceeding further down and it descends downward through steps
with the torch in front.
Yes, this is a beautifully grand chamber. And Telperion, of note immediately, is all the different elven statues that are presented all around this area. Every single one of these black dots essentially on the screen is some version, some pedestal. The pedestal may be 2 feet tall and a couple feet wide in circumference, or in diameter rather, but then like 8 to 9 foot tall statues, gorgeously tall, ornate elven architecture of statues. And in the center of all of it, a very ornate and elaborate statue reaching, the ceiling in here is probably 20 feet tall. The statue reaches easily 12 to 15 feet tall. It is just engulfing the central stature of this room. The form seems to both it recalls back to the iconography you saw above the temple entrance, but there seems to be another form, another body form wrapped up around it. It's almost like a statue of two beings intertwined into one large pedestal.
Telperion, these friends of yours?
Before I answer, I want to know: do I recognize these as gods?
Very clearly, yes. And so I will say a little bit of exposition. You are very, based on your background, based on your culture, based on your learning, your education in this elven culture, you are very familiar that it maybe remains to be seen what exactly is the nature of the statue in the middle, but it's very clearly some elaborate statue of Corellin Larethian. But the four other central statues near it are Sehanin, Airdrie, and let me get back down to it because I had a specific pairing. Is Sehanin, Airdrie, and Halani, and Lolth. All four of what you would consider the most major elven gods of the pantheon, with some version of Corellin in the center.
You said Airdrie?
Yes, Airdrie, Sehanin, and Halani. And Lolth.
I'll say, Jajiri, you're looking at the Elven Pantheon right here. And I have my notebook out, and I'm taking notes. I'm doodling. I am like so transported right now.
And all of the statues out on the outskirts are of other notable Elven Pantheon gods. And then again, you can see in this whole round atrium stone relief carvings all over the walls. And although that has weathered enough to render it, unable to discern what may have been depicted on these walls, it may be evident that this is a very revered space for the pantheon. So maybe some kind of, tapestry may have been inlaid in stone carving in these walls and such.
I hear Telperion say, "You're looking at the Elven Pantheon," and Toby starts doing a. No, not that way. He'll start this way, and he'll start doing a little like hasty dash around this left side to start and seeing if he sees any familiar iconography.
Sure. Being from your background and being of Forest Hollow, there are elven gods that are popularly worshipped in the main sphere of influence in the major world. Although notably none that you have seen often worshipped. Okay. You have maybe even heard of the elven god of the sun, and maybe you didn't attribute the name Corellin Larethian, but there also is a statue of Sehanin, the moon weaver, who you've heard people pray to, the elven god of the moon. But other than potentially those two, none of these specific elven statues ring a bell or of note to you, unlike, some of the more popularly worshipped gods of Tyr or Modera or other ones.
I'm still very enthralled, even if I don't see anything that rings a bell outside of those two. Just like, oh my gosh, oh wow.
I'm gonna go to Sehanin's statue, and I'll say, well, actually, I won't say anything yet. I'm gonna take my longsword out, my side scabbard, and then I want to take my two moons crescents. And I want to lay those in front as well, and I'm gonna bow and pray in Elvish for a solid minute.
Okay, you are welcome to do so. This statue, although it's like, I would say, Roman culture-esque, like these statues are maybe missing arms or portions of their bodies, but this is still kept up enough, and it has stood the test of time enough to clearly represent the Moonweaver, and you are absolutely able to do so.
I'll notice Telperion go into prayer, and I'll go stand not next to him but near him and just kind of keep watch over him as he's
sure.
working on that.
Yeah.
You know Elvish?
I do not.
Never mind.
There are small Elvish engravings in some of the base of the in some of these pedestals for sure. And noticeably, there's also a very simple phrase written in a very ornate, beautiful looking language that Telperion, even you are unable to discern. Actually, I lied. You may not read this language, but from your culture, you will notice that this script is written in Celestial, a very, very rare language that not many have the opportunity to study or speak for that matter. But you'll notice some engravings, and because it's so centrally placed and so minimal, you may assume that that represents the name of this pedestal, although you may already know who this statue is, but be it as it may.
I want to ask who, but I want everyone. I've done a lot, so I want to see the floor for a minute.
Kind of keeping an eye on Telperion. I don't know. No, that's it.
Are there any wolves or any tracks? It's the only thing I care about.
There are not, but by walking around to that side, and Toby may have noticed this in passing, although is taking more note of the statues. But Roulette, over on that side, as you're looking for rot or tracks, there is rot all over this place. So vegetation is still sprouting from the ground and covering the stonework in portions, and rot is noticeable everywhere. There are no noticeable tracks, but what may be noticeable to you is these small kind of inset reflecting pools, which may have been their function kind of on the sides, are certainly empty right now. They're not retaining any water, but it's just a gorgeous blue stone that is kind of like is the inlet of, or the inset of that whole reflecting pool. That's just maybe noticeably beautiful as you walk over to it.
Are these more tables behind, like around the thing?
Yes. Yep. Kind of, yeah. Prayer tables, offering tables, something used for rituals or ceremony in some way. But I will note that with you being so close to these statues and seeing the central largest statue, again, you can very clearly tell by the way it's depicted, and even though it's maybe weathered in some way, it seems to be Corellon, the fairly androgynous form of Corellon Lorethian, famously, who may have taken form of a male more often in depictions than not. Your culture understands him to be a very androgynous being, both of mold and mind. His physical form and his mind were very fluid and interchangeable, but this other structure that's built onto him is another form that you are able to recognize as the other current most famous goddess of the Elven Pantheon, Angarad. And Angarad is famously the betrothed of Corellon, and Angarad was formed by the union of Sehanine, Airdrie, and Halani. So although they are separate deities, they represent this greater than the sum of their parts betrothed partner to Corellon Lorethian.
So I'll finish praying, and I'll say, Sehanin Githonio Penamirio, and as to end my prayer. And then I'll go to the middle, and if Toby's right there, I'll tell him half of what you just told me about, like, if he's interested, explaining about Corellon, and I'll say, if anyone else wants to hear, this temple belonged to my sister people, the Sun Elves, who disappeared centuries ago, and searching for them is the reason I left home in the first place. So finding this temple this early in my travels is essentially jackpot. Is that?
I'll reaffirm him. I'll say, yeah, absolutely.
Jackpot. So I can't tell you what to look for because there's too much to look at. But I could be here for a week or more and probably have plenty to study.
What did you say in Elvish?
We don't know.
Well, some of us may or may not speak Elvish.
Yeah, is Jajiri asking, or is just Tim curious?
No, Tim is, because Jajiri is just standing there listening.
I have some Elvish stuff memorized. The first thing, well, I, it's Tolkien Elvish, and it's a hymn. So I will. The best thing I memorized is parts of a hymn. Oh my God!
So it's like some type of like a prayer, I would surmise from that.
Elbreth Gilthonio Salivrim Penna Miriel. That's a prayer to the star god in Lord of the Rings, across the sea.
Which Corellin Larethian represents certainly the sun, but also kind of a lesser domain, lesser known or acknowledged domain, the stars as well, but primarily.
And I switched out Elbreth for Sehanin, because if the moon goddess is who I was most attentive to as a moon elf. So at this point, I know I see Roulette getting anxious, and I know that I really could be here for a long time. And so anyway, I'll get up and ask Roulette. Milady, where would you like to look at next?
Well, back to what Toby said. Nothing behind us. I think we should head forward and go after our carnivorous friend. Didn't seem to attack us. Haven't seen any others. I'm thinking we push forward.
This is fascinating. I'm so happy that you got to see something of this thing you're looking for, Telperion. But I do worry for Boris and Peony. So I would like to press forward.
We do have a horse to find, yeah.
You see from the look on Telperion's face that like the name Boris like takes him a second. Like,
oh yeah,
like,
yeah, we met someone.
Yeah, I want to emphasize something that I can't personally ever represent. Telperion's like elvishness is like pretty alien to, like, I would say like elves are pretty common, but like he's pretty much a deep elf. Like very like the look on his eyes sometimes is very much like he is thinking things that aren't around him.
Like as if interacting with short-lived creatures is
you're
not
kind of
something he's playing towards.
You're kind of children around to him right now, and not to like just so you kind of can understand a little bit of like
how you're
Boris and his horse, like he wants to be moral, but just so you get a little bit of like he's kind of aloof to half of what's going on right now, and he just found the most important thing in the world to him. So anyway, just that's if you were looking at his face, that's what you might see.
I definitely want to give this a second pass over once we return, Peony in tow or not.
Perfect.
Peony in tow is a great sentence.
Can I place the order?
Yeah.
You guys are welcome to proceed. As you get to about here, roughly, there again, similarly to match the other side, there is again large ornate stone arched doors that are broken and shifted and have fallen in on themselves. But although, you know, fairly precarious stonework in front of you allows a pathway forward. Something that may be of note as well as over the archway to this door is a small set of two words forming a phrase of in language that is familiar to those that know Primordial. Period. It says ritual ceremony.
What ceremony?
It says ritual ceremony.
I literally rock back. I'm like, jackpot. Well, if oh god, you said you wanted to go that way.
Yeah, we're heading forward where the wolf went.
I hold my torch into that room. I'm so tempted.
The torch is able to float into that room and illuminates the space. Very similar visuals to what you've seen, although there is a larger set stone table in there. But that's about it of note. All that's of note by a passing torch.
If you'll allow, there's a table.
There's an animal that might be dying. I don't mean to be pushy, but I don't think the table, even with 4 legs, is going to go very far.
Okay, yeah, peony. Yes, yes, peony.
Okay, if you guys are proceeding forward,
I'll kind of go slow because I can tell that Telperion is hesitant to be like, "We're coming back here." I'm not. I am fascinated by this. It's just we have technically more pressing matters. Whether you agree or not, I think that's kind of we're gonna come back.
As we're walking, I'll ask. I want to say, Toby, how do I show you okay with my Hans.
Oh, well, this one has potentially gone out of style. I think some people did something bad with it. But this is typically what people do. Like, A-OK.
Okay. Did I say it right? Right inflection and everything.
You got the up, down, and everything. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. And then we walk on.
Yeah. Are you pressing forward through this ruined, fallen
Yes.
door structure?
Yes.
Okay. As you proceed past that, the next tunnel kind of stops abruptly and then opens up into an enormous chamber, much larger than the circular atrium you just came from. And the path forward, a small set of steps goes down and then opens up to a path, and then very noticeably, you can look to your left and see a mirrored set of steps from potentially that other area, very symmetrical space. And then it opens up to a large pathway forward, and there is immediately you're hit with the view of an absolutely enormous and alien looking stone structure of banded stone that is like very precariously draping over each other in elaborate patterns and stuff. And you're, maybe 100 feet away or so, maybe less. But this massive dome-like structure of different curving bands of stone dominates your view in this enormous space. And just glancing around, this space has been, I would say, ravaged by nature way more than the rest of the temple. It's borderline straight up grass in here. There are some raised portions of stone that form sort of pathways, but this is walls to each side have kind of collapsed and fallen in. Trees are growing in from the outside. This part of the temple is much more exposed to nature, and treetop canopy, maybe specks of sunlight from above are visible, but certainly not illuminating very well this space. Massive atrium-like space. Also of note, very clearly, 100 feet or so forward, the form of a large black horse seems to be standing on some sort of dais-like platform, a circular platform that is raised in sections and then leveled off at some central location.
So is this open air as we exited from the previous area?
Yes. Open air in terms of there may be some portions of ceiling still standing above columns and such, but primarily some stone rubble on the ground and mostly tree cover above.
Okay.
Is this kind of open air chamber anything that I've seen at home?
This seems very, very foreign. Even the runes that clearly adorn the stonework, which are very large, even those runes are not of a language. They're more like arcane or divine runes that could be part of some kind of arcane equation rather than an actual language. Actually, yes. Question, Roulette?
Those look familiar to me.
Definitely some of them are familiar. Some of them are still alien, and in your studies, I would say arcane glyphs of this space are very recognizable. There's glyphs of divination and abjuration and evocation.
It's more that I notice it's not a language, and it's more of arcane runes.
Correct. Although there are several runes that are even alien to you as well from an educational standpoint.
Before I get overwhelmed by the grandeur of this, I'll take a quick look down and see if it's still like chaos of the rotting footprints, or if it seems to be now a more straightforward back and forth kind of thing.
Everywhere.
Okay.
Literally, this place must have, been exposed to the source of it so often and so repetitiously in these spots. It's like the entire vegetation is rotting here.
Just on the floor or the
floor, on the floor, maybe up to a certain like there's probably a discoloration on the walls where it fades from normal green and brown vegetation to a darker, blacker vegetation around like maybe 6 feet high or so around the base of walls and stuff. But primarily every bit of vegetation here is rotting in some degree. And you look down and you're standing in some of it. It is not harming you. It is not, like acid. It is not burning your leather boots and such, but it is noticeably everywhere in this place. Also notably, Roulette, who kind of noticed the reflecting pools inside, there are inset reflecting pools everywhere on the floor as well, like as if very clearly built in a certain pattern or way to maybe hold water, maybe serve some other function, but they're just inset sunken craters essentially all over the floor in this space.
All still empty though?
All still empty. Same blue, beautiful stone. But right now you're essentially walking into what seems like wilderness inside.
Okay.
I will quietly.
Trees everywhere. It's not as dense as the Emerald Forest, but the Emerald Forest seems to almost be like trying to get its way in just by natural growth around the edges. But there are absolute like pine level trees sporadically in this space as well.
I am going to whisper very quietly and say, I think our horse is up there, but I don't see the wolf. So how about a quick tiptoe and we go get Peony.
I'm gonna put down my torch, my hands about 30 feet in front of me, and I'm gonna pull out the horse treats.
Sure, you're absolutely able to do so. The horse is currently, faced away from you and 100 feet off or so, but you can hear it braying. It, whatever it does, but it is, just kind of standing there, just like kind of very comfortably, not alarmed, not agitated, just standing, breathing, maybe like shaking its head every once in a while, but just standing on this top of this dais.
I just noticed we don't have control of our characters on this layer or map.
Just move Critter, just move us forward as a group.
I was gonna say I was hoping to maybe get to this first blood stain, whether that's there or not.
Sure. Let me do this real quick. I will get better at this.
Also, I'm gonna leave for food soon.
Oh yeah, this is actually a great point. As you guys enter this chamber, feel free to either order or go pick up food. We could
We
actually
already ordered, so
I would like to go get coffee actually. So
I would like to bio.
That is perfect. This is a good opportunity to bio break as we enter this massive chamber.
Break time.
Speaking of bio, Jiri drank a water, so he's peeing.
Okay, that's fine.
the fuck is this dude's
Would I have noticed if he was drinking from his water skin?
Probably.
Well, just the way you were asking if people wanted water earlier, I was like, does he just cause water to come forth?
No, I've been chugging a lot of water. It's had water on my mind, and now
You
I'm
sure he
peeing.
ain't from the elemental plane of water?
I did it stealthily while nobody was looking, while you guys were mesmerized.
Okay, make a stealth roll. At advantage since we were mesmerized by the elvishness.
That's fine, and it's off of everyone's passive perception.
Ooh, mine's a 12.
Toby notices everything. Toby is such a stalker.
I saw it all day.
You're on disadvantage though, so you can change that to advantage.
Oh yeah.
That's the same thing.
No. He's saying like reroll with advantage.
No, yeah, I'm saying
Put down.
we're not just going to take the 11. You can re-roll with advantage.
How do
Well,
I?
it's 7 and a 5.
Oh, it would just be a straight roll. Maybe
Might be for some reason set to auto disadvantage, which would be
because
weird.
he has heavy armor or whatever equipped in D20.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
We all watch you piss.
Everybody saw my dick.
Yeah.
I didn't think it meant your dick. I just thought we'd see the stream.
Okay, you saw the stream then.
Healthy stream.
Okay.
All right. Quick bio break. I'm going to go grab some coffee.
Do it.
I'm getting a beer. You want me to get it, Spurner?
develop these pictures the devil is selling. Oh, O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Yow! Woo. Archie!
There's no one out there, Arch. Archie is so neurotic.
This is
some really...
so fun.
What, this?
Yeah, playing, dude. I love it.
Dude, I'm having this such a good time. I've never worked as hard to get in character before.
Bro, I was so... Well, Toby was so, like, excited to see someone else who's, like... Not necessarily... It seems like you're religious, but it's, like... Just, like, engaged in a pantheon or whatever. Also, your camera is frozen for me. What is going on? What is going on? I got nothing coming in. Oh. Donkey Daddy, what the fuck? Uh-oh. What happened? This is a good time for it to happen. I'm on my fucking mind, man. Yo, yo, yo.
I'm so excited about tomorrow.
Dude. Also, just like I was putting the bars together all day at work. I'm
Were
coming
you?
I'm coming ready.
That's awesome. Two questions. One, well, I guess one's a comment. I'm so excited about the crew we have tomorrow. It's gonna be really fun.
Who's the other person in the group? I don't have their number saved.
I
have Sean. Is it Melissa? Is it Dan? I don't remember who else was coming.
Melissa's coming. I don't know if she's in that chat though. There's Sean, you, me, and Dan Gerard, I think.
Dan, okay.
I think that's Dan Gerard.
You don't have the numbers, so it's clearly not Melissa, I would assume.
Yes, correct. I have Melissa's number. It's not Melissa. Also, were you putting together lots of bars? Like, did you put, like, are we sticking to 16 bars or?
I was literally, I keep a list of like notes of like, oh, that's something cool. And then today at work, I was going through that list and just expanding upon them.
That's cool. I do have a list like that, but it's very small and it's like lines that are cool that I'll never use. Like one of them is, got my PhD in palindromes, so call me Dr. Awkward. Dr. Awkward is a palindrome.
That's awesome.
Cool. But it's like I would never fucking in a million years.
I thought you were gonna say because I'm PhD or DHP is what I thought you were gonna say.
It's just a really funny but stupid line. What? What? What do you mean? Who's out there? Oh, is he trying to talk? I don't know. He's probably doing his final QC and stuff. You may have to talk to him.
Yeah, wife.
We got the roof reinstalled yesterday and today, and the main guys coming and looking around at it and stuff. But yeah, super pumped about tomorrow.
What's tomorrow? Oh, the concert.
Yes.
With MK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
F you guys.
Oh, it's a little sad.
Well, we're flying home in 2 weekends to go see my mom and siblings.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure out how we can play.
I'm not very sure of Catherine's next inbound.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun playing this warlock, I'll be honest.
You could so be a skill warlock.
Eyes of the Graves gave it away. Come on, man.
Yeah,
It's the jig's up now.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what that is.
This is no fault of yours, MK.
No, I meant to say it out loud.
I know you did, and I know you weren't trying to hide it and stuff. And this is no fault of anyone. Like I'm literally not criticizing, but I'm like, but yeah, if you say the name of a feature, you're giving it away. Right. Whereas if I know you have that feature, and so you just flavor it for me, like I close my eyes, open my eyes, what do I see, DM? I'll be like, oh, I know what you're doing. You see this and this. But
I want to say. I don't know what that is, and maybe you just told me warlock. I thought you were kidding when you said that. So just so you know, I still don't actually understand. Like
That's so
I don't.
Fun.
That's awesome.
Okay, I'll pretend I don't know.
Is there? I'm trying not to look stuff up. Like Tim played. I think he was using a cantrip, and I very much wanted to look up who knows this cantrip, but I didn't.
Yeah, there's a level of that of like this whole year of playing Midwater and then into prepping for this. I'm like, I want to know everything. So I'm like, I'm going to read all the handbooks, but also there's something fun about learning about the game through playing and actually getting that moment of, oh, you can do what?
Yeah. Yeah. That Travis Willingham level of innocence that just makes every moment the most exciting moment because you don't know anything.
I would like to rage.
Are you guys going to eat dinner while we play?
I just ordered something and I'll just turn off my camera.
Okay. I just want to make sure because
it'll be like a 10-minute thing max.
That's because like if anyone else wants food right now, Steve's not back yet, so this is a good time.
That's true. I'm happy to just shoot the shit for a second.
Same.
Classes aren't the only way to get cantrips. I'll just say that.
I'll say in general.
So I should look up who can learn that.
Well, yeah, a lot of feats give you like you get to choose one bard cantrip and spell of your choice.
I mean, honestly, I have a racial cantrip, so I know.
Yeah, there's races. There's all sorts of ways.
There's all sorts of sources for all sorts of features, and I don't think
except for Eyes of the Grave. There's only one.
Yeah,
literally.
No, I custom gave his Celestial Warlock that feature.
But is it an invocation? I don't think you have invocations at this level.
Oh.
Fucking asshole. When did little Michael turn into this sarcastic beast who like
I've been
can
alive
get
long.
me?
I've
No,
just been hiding him.
Yeah, maybe he's been just hiding it under the surface, but I fucking kid you not. I left for college someday.
Mhm.
I came back and Michael was Ryan.
I
And I'm like,
turned into Ryan Part 2.
You absorbed it.
Osmosis,
what
baby.
happened to my baby brother?
You guys, so I have been rolling dice a lot and like compulsively enjoying like just holding them in my hand and going like this. And one time Steve came up and he shut the door on me when I was like playing a video game and passively doing that. And then later on he was like, "Yeah, I don't like listening to you like dangle your nuts in your hands like that." Like, he equated it to like holding a scrotum. I was like, "You're fucking sick. It's just the clinking of dice." Yeah.
I just think of D. Who slams a door?
Yeah. Dude, she's in this show I've been watching, Hacks, and she's very good.
I literally started over It's Always Sunny.
That's smart.
Yeah, they're filming
Who
season
slammed the
15.
door? That's such a good line.
That whole episode is the best indication.
One of the best ones.
God.
The smallest thing becomes the whole point of the episode.
Who slams the door?
But also, I love MJ's pick of, I will let him rape you for 10 years.
For 10 years. The emphasis. I hope you get caught and tied up in his basement and raped for 10 years. So brutal.
Horrible. The first couple episodes are
D, your
painful.
breath is hideous.
It was also like Dee did something wrong, so Dennis was like reprimanding her, and then she said, I hope you get locked in this basement and raped for 10 years.
Her delivery's amazing.
I also constantly watch the bloopers of, yeah, he doesn't even get us, man.
I don't think he gets us, man.
I don't know what that is.
Dennis and Mac are talking about Charlie, and Charlie is not paying attention. He's like, oh, yeah, for sure. No, yeah, I don't even think he gets us, man. And they can't keep it together.
So oblivious about the subject matter of what Dennis and Mac are talking about. It's amazing.
Having a wild card who just does things on his own is not helpful in any way.
Wild card.
Wild card, bitches!
I got
God,
the
I'm so-
breaks.
I'm so excited for Steve to get back with this Chinese food.
They're not getting any of the chips. You should have got chips at the hamburger store.
Oh, dude, Fat Mac. Fat Mac was a good season.
Yeah. They think there's a store for everything.
But also
works.
just like him that one time, he's just breathing. They're like, it seems like he's working so hard. He also had a great Instagram post like a year or two later of like, look at how fat I was then, and then look at me now, and he's all like jacked. And he's like, you too can do this if you have a professional celebrity LA trainer and can spend your entire career working solely towards this one thing. It was just very making fun of the motivational phrasing of Instagram models and whatnot.
Dude, I don't know how people work out full time and have who work out, have a full time job, and have children. Like, I don't get it.
They hate themselves, I think, is what you're looking for.
You're like a machine at that point, right? You're just like on the go, nonstop.
Go on the clock, like wake up at 6, do this, go to work, shower from this time to this time, let out the dogs, take care of the kids, go to work, rinse, repeat forever. There's
Rick
no.
Jr. is now that because he has a kid now.
Mm-hmm.
And he works 6 days a week. He is yoked, and now he has a daughter.
Oh, but he has diabetes, so he has a shortcut to healthiness.
That's what Nate always says. Nate would always say, like,
That's a bad way to phrase that.
Nate always said, yeah, I wish I could be that jack too if I had diabetes. Like, he's just like, he acts like it's some perk that Rick has because it forces him to be an
Because
amazing
he'll die if he eats other things.
Jesus Christ.
Diabetes.
Who have you ever heard say diabetes? My Chinese is here.
That was fast.
He also went to the liquor store.
In that amount, Jesus, you guys are centralized.
Yeah, they live near stuff.
Oh, Chris, I don't know if you remember this, but excuse me, my apartment in North Carolina, the apartment building, didn't have a first floor because the first floor was like stores, and one of them was just like essentially a gas station, but it didn't have gas. So like I literally walked downstairs, got beer, came back up, and was chilling. And it was, I dream about that sometimes.
That's awesome.
Get candy, get chips, they had frozen pizza, they had milk. Like, if I needed something, I didn't have to spend more than a minute getting it.
That's pretty wild. We have a Lion's Choice and an Andes frozen custard less than 3 minutes from our house, so that's dangerous.
I don't know. Lion's Choice is like.
Lion's Choice.
It's not like McDonald's. It's more maybe akin to Chick-fil-A in terms of healthiness.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to consider it Chick-fil-A's level of like lean meat. It's like fine fast food, but it's just like amazingly delicious fast food that's like high tier stuff near us.
And it's so funny to me that I guess, I mean, you guys aren't technically even Missouri, but it's just funny that stuff extends out of the state.
They built that Andes and that Lion's Choice within the last year. So it's like it's just trying to get out of St. Louis and sprawl out, I feel like.
I think they have Andes in Cape Girardeau, because I remember seeing Meg in college getting it.
Gotcha.
Which was what, USM? University of Southern Missouri?
SEMO. It's
Southeastern Missouri.
So we don't have a yard anymore. So Griff's like kind of going stir crazy.
Yeah.
In our apartment. He's like.
What floor are you guys on?
We're on the first floor.
Okay.
And it's a house. It's like a.
Okay.
It's a 2-story house, and then you got neighbors above us, and we just have the bottom floor. But he used to have a yard, so we just like let him out, and he'd just hang out outside all day. And now it's like he's inside all day, and he's like going crazy. So like I don't know what we're gonna do with him, but because he was so used.
Anything like nearby that's comparable?
We have a park, and we'll take him there, and he'll like hang out there, but he like never wants to go home. It's like we can only spend so many hours of the day at the park, Griff.
It's
like
now you guys have to do that together, not just let him do it on his own.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, so now I have to sit here and play fetch with him for like the entire time we're playing D&D, or else he's gonna like attack me.
This is not, first of all, I'm not complaining because we have a yard and I'm very excited about it, but our chain link fence that they had here existing is super fucked up and broken, and there's gaps and stuff. So we also right now cannot let our dogs just roam in the backyard like they used to. And Mozzie's, I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Also, didn't Mozzie like get out of the old one too? Like had the ability to?
But that was because there was a gap in the fence. Someone redid their fence and didn't join it hard. So like there ended up being this like tunnel system between fences he could get through, and it was fucking annoying. But as soon as we get this fence replaced in the next month or two, maybe, we can finally get that luxury back. But he's been driving me nuts. He barks at everything. He's always running around the house. He shits and pees inside because he used to like fucking live outside basically.
Right.
Just how often we would let him out there, and so he's having accidents all the time. It's so frustrating, but we'll get there.
Wumbercules is back with his Chinese.
Wumbercules.
Boy, what?
We were just commenting on your existence.
Where does it say Wumbercules?
Well, I just remember that being your online name or Discord
name
or something.
Donkey Daddy? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It reminds me of In the Good Place, Jason's friend is Donkey Dunk.
Go.
I don't know why I came up with that either. All right, we're ready.
All right. So as you proceed in, I think we've set the scene fairly well. Enormous atrium, but caved in, exposed to the elements. Lots of the true Emerald forest seems to be like, starting to grow into this enormous enclosure, but there's tons of trees littering the grounds here in front of you as well. Some more rotted than others. The rot seems to be everywhere on the ground, but all of the trees have varying degrees of rot all along them. Certainly this is more than any you've seen so far. This seems to be an enormous collection of this rot. And as you step on, vegetation and stuff, similar dried vegetation crunch beneath your feet, but it's like there's that extra element of like decay every step you take. And again, a black horse with a, not shown on here, but a white mane, fitting the description that Boris had given you guys for his draft horse Peony, is visible up ahead.
I guess I would like to move to about, let's say here, and then I'll kneel down again and do Eyes of the Grave again, and so that tells me 60 feet.
Remind me, is that undead, or are there multiple kinds of creatures that could give you information about?
I know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover.
As you pop this ability again, you can get this very vague sense of death because of the rot, but you do not get any pings of undeath.
Okay.
But also, as you approach and get about there, you can also see, in addition to a horse standing up on this dais, there are blood marks, there are smears of blood, there are bodies up ahead, just slouched and laying down on the ground. There's definite carnage here.
Yeah, I'll kind of slow the group down, even though I was the one who kind of stepped ahead forward first. But I'll say, this place is drenched in death. Let us proceed cautiously.
I would like everyone to make a perception check.
Oh, I love those.
Aeridon giggles at the understatement of that. How you say it like you got some inside knowledge when there's just like death spores everywhere.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I'm sensing death.
Yeah. 15.
17.
15, 17, 6.
I
Jiri?
choose the auto fail.
Okay. You guys maybe even are just taking in this massive structure, but see nothing else of note other than the horse kind of, again, standing still. The horse is not pacing, but it again, it may be shaking itself off here and there, just like a horse would do standing in a field, but it does not seem agitated or anything. But you do notice that it is standing very close to a nasty looking black rotted tree that seems to be like more rotted. Well, there's several trees that are kind of growing out of this central dais that are extra blackened and rotted.
And any noticeable movement going on? Any wolves darting by? Any at all movement?
With you guys' perception checks, no noticeable movement like that, no.
Okay.
You think that horse is possessed?
I think they're potentially, but I think something is planning to use it. Or maybe things are just led here, and I could be wrong on that. Maybe the horse did come here of its own accord.
Can we see if the horse is like tethered up to anything or no?
It seems, just by the way it will like shift its weight and move its hooves, it does not seem, from this distance, it does not seem to be tethered or tied to anything, but again, is strangely standing still.
Aeridon, maybe you could call it to you.
I would like also to pose the theory that whatever this black mass is didn't choose this temple for no reason. So maybe it's tapping into some magic we don't know of. I could try.
Maybe, I think Telpiran, you mentioned this was related to the sun elves. I wonder if maybe if it draws people in during the day, and maybe during the night it is feasting on these things to gain strength again for the next day. I don't know. I don't know if that feels like it wouldn't be something elves would be interested in.
This place has obviously been abandoned for a long time. I could try calling to the horse, but I just know Elvish, and that animals like Elvish. But if anyone else has a better idea,
I'll I guess yeah. I'll being with the group, make a not a full like whoo like whistle. I can't whistle, so that was my best
I
attempt.
can. Let can.
I take out the horse treats, the sugar cubes, and I give them to Roulette.
Toby can. I was saying Michael Kennedy cannot. I'll do what I know would garner a horse's attention of like a, hey, over here, it's your master, and see if it pays me any mind.
You whistle.
Okay.
The horse definitely, like, its ears perk and it like it turns its head toward you, and what you immediately notice, because you've seen it before, its eyes are lit up very subtly, but there's a green glow about its eyes.
Okay.
But what you more notice is directly behind the horse, opposed from you guys' perspective, the blackened tree behind it, a portion of it seems to shift, and a creature, a mangled, gnarled, 6-foot-tall creature, barely hidden from behind this horse, shifts around, looks at you, and then as I reveal this creature's appearance, it just...
Oh,
Dude,
is
Love
that
it.
thing level 1?
So,
Ew.
Yeah. Okay.
Telperion, I will just note that this looks like some abomination of a creature that you thought you might have heard of once before in fairy tales or something, but it does not match descriptions that you may have heard in the past.
What is it reminiscent of?
It would remind you of a dryad, a creature that is like, some kind of fey spirit that has been bound to this plane in some regard and is made from plant matter and bark, and it takes the form of a humanoid, but has been bound to nature. This seems some dark, defiled, feral version of whatever that story you've been told.
I'll quickly turn to the group. I'll turn to the group and okay, yeah.
As it screeches, it turns away from you. Well, let me mark it here on the map real quick, actually. As it screeches, it immediately turns away from you, and it is now here. It turns around, steps into the tree. The tree just kind of swallows it up. The bark warps and cracks, and it just kind of melds with this tree. And the horse turns around. Fucking thing.
You lose the wolf.
The horse turns around and whinnies at you and like bows its head like ready to charge. And additionally, this is really hard to navigate. Two wolves that were hiding, or at least obscured from view, within tree cover, also step forward and regard you with bared
Okay.
and I would like you all to roll initiative.
Absolutely.
Is it easier if we do it on the thing?
Yeah.
I would, similarly to how we've done things before, I would click your token,
Okay.
then click D&D Beyond's initiative.
Okay. Could I, as kind of that stuff is happening, make my statement to the group of what I was planning when I saw the horse turn to us?
Absolutely.
I'll turn to him and say, the horse had the same eyes as that wolf I saw. I don't think they're under something else's control. Let's be mindful of that. Protect ourselves, obviously, but they are not in command of themselves.
If we kill the dryad, it might end its control over Peony.
Also, just look how gnarly that fucking creature is. It's so just defiled.
That's dope. That's dope.
That is dope.
Okay, it looks like everyone's has rolled initiative. I can't tell if it's auto sorting. It doesn't seem to be.
It is.
It did not auto sort. Weird.
It never does. You have to.
Oh, okay. You always have to adjust it. I did not realize that.
I think so.
All right. Not quite. There we go.
I have so much to learn about this.
But your second. Okay, there you go. Boom.
There we go. I need to roll for Rhea as well.
But I end up going first. What?
Is your dex bad?
No, he rolled an 18. That's
No, I mean,
why.
Juris just hasn't been doing a good job paying attention to everything.
He's wary of these things getting his tabby dirty.
Exactly.
I think he's always wary of that.
Finally, that token should be selected now.
Say, Tajiri, you better put away your tavi before we get this fight.
I can't take it off.
I'd offer to help, but I don't want to give anyone that wrong impression.
I'm rolling for the token I selected for Rhea, and it's not auto adding to the walker, but I guess I gotta add to her.
In my opinion, you did the 21 first, so I feel like that should be her initiative, just personally, but that's just me.
Critter, it added to the bottom, or the.
Oh, now it did because I just added it in, but what's her second roll, MK? I didn't see.
Well, her first roll was 21, but her second roll was 17 total.
We're gonna stick her at 17.
I can vibe with it.
I apologize to everyone. I am not good at navigating this interface.
Yeah,
yet.
I think I don't want to play anymore because of that.
All right, Jajiri, you can kick off.
Let's go.
All right.
As a reminder, the Dryad has stepped into a tree and is no longer visible.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Jajiri has got a sense that his friends are going to need him to pull out the stops here. And so you hear him say, "The static rises. Thunder flashes and lightning rolls. I call upon Adros the Stormbender." And he draws his sword. And he says, "Lend me your spark." And he looks at it. And it's still this dull purple color. And he's like, "Darn. Oh well." And he runs forwards and he's going to dash.
Okay.
It's because Moby's not around.
I'm going to dash all the way up to the one right here.
I'll touch.
You guys should have
Yeah,
control.
you can move yourself.
Oh, okay, perfect. Ah! And I just scream, "Jazz!" I'm running with my sword in my hands.
Okay. You make it up to that wolf and are prepared to strike. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Roulette?
I am strolling forward, kind of looking at, chuckling at Jiri as he's going, watching him go that way. I'm going to take out my shout, my light crossbow.
Okay.
And I am going to. Where's my reactions? I'm shooting at the one on the left.
Okay. Roll the hit.
I need our team.
Nuevo.
9 misses. Sails right over his head.
Just for my clarity, are all the other tokens on the screen corpses?
Yes, there are several dead bodies and corpses,
Okay.
and noticeably, now that you guys are rushing forward, noticeably a dead chicken as well. But
No!
but yes, there are 2.
Peacock!
There's still
There are
3 left. There's still 3 left.
And a horse in front. But
2 wolves, horse, dead bodies.
That's my turn.
okay. Who is this? Rhea. Rhea is going to run toward Jiri, seeing his what she perceives. This is not a criticism. What she perceives as recklessness, but is running towards that one to give him aid, and will take a short bow attack at that one.
So many 5s. Plus.
Right as she's about to fire, Jiri runs into her path of fire, and she moves immediately and barely misses the wolf's body.
So are the bands of stone with the runes on them? They're not like walls.
They're not. There's some of them are
They meet the ground.
They meet with the ground, but you're able to freely run under this
Okay.
dome-like structure.
That is good to know.
I have a question. Is that tree that it disappeared into like the most diseased of them all?
I almost I think I accidentally said that earlier, but I tried to correct myself. There are several highly rotted trees up on that dais. None necessarily more than the other, but certainly some of them are way worse than others around the space.
Okay. My turn? Oh no, it's Wolf's turn.
Yes.
Oh, me and the Wolf act at the same time.
Yep. Wolf number 1's turn. Will run up to Roulette, the one it perceives closest, and will take a bite.
That's the wrong wolf.
Oh.
As I hover over the turn order, it is choosing the one on the right.
Oh shit! I thought I did that on purpose, carefully, but okay. This one is going first and is going to just quickly take a bite at Jiri.
Come on, baby.
23 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
It bites into you and does 7 piercing damage.
God, at level 1.
Ouch. Where does it bite me?
It just grabs onto your arm, not the one that was holding your sword, because I imagine if you're dashing forward in a...
I got it in both hands.
Yeah, okay. Oh, gotcha. So it's just going to grab at one of your elbows. Your left elbow.
All right. Well, 7 does a lot of damage to me.
Yes,
So it nearly rips my arm off.
And I need you to make a DC 11 strength save for me.
Oh, baby.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't like that way it's hindered.
The force of this bite almost throws you off balance, but you're able to turn your body and are not knocked down by this attack.
All right, and rips most of my clothing off my arm, and air just starts gushing out.
Yep. Perfect. It is Telperian's turn.
Okay, I already took my move. I took my movement to be right here.
Okay.
Oh shit. What's the distance of my hand axe? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
I believe
the
it's
ruler.
I believe it's 2060.
So if I throw more than 20, it's a disadvantage.
Correct.
If I'm throwing at a stationary object.
It's still going to be a disadvantage. It's just a low AC.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go up 30 feet. And I have my crescents out still. And I want to chuck a crescent at the wolf that's attacking Jiri.
Okay. Attack roll.
16 plus 5, 21.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
So this is a 1d6 plus my strength?
Correct.
I rolled a 1.
Okay.
So 4 damage.
4 total. Okay. It sinks into the wolf's hide and then just falls to the ground next to it.
And then with my bonus action,
You recall it with telekinesis.
I'll throw my second crescent at it.
You are welcome to do that.
11 plus 5, 16.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage, which is just the damage die, no strength mod.
4 damage.
Nice. This wolf, you get nasty chunks in its kind of neck collar area and maybe even its chest. It is wincing from pain, but is still standing.
All right, and then I'll just take my greatsword out from my side and just stand ready.
Okay, sounds good. It is Toby's turn.
It sure is. I can do that. I will. Okay. Oh, wrong thing. How far can I get? Toby is going to go. Yeah, I like that right there. It's gonna go to here.
Okay.
Is going to shout out, Jiri, look alive, and I'll cast Healing Word as a bonus action.
Awesome.
Spell.
What a cleric.
Oh yeah, that's totally what I am. You get 4 back. And that was my bonus action. And so for my action, I will take a short bow shot at the wolf that is currently engaged with Jiri.
Roll it.
And since you're a rogue, you get.
That's how this works.
And I rage.
19 to hit for 7 damage. I thought. Wait, no, I don't have 4 and 5. A D6 plus 2.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Why did it show 2d6 on my screen?
That's a good question. Maybe it's accidentally rolling the additional die for a crit or something, but it shouldn't be doing that. Maybe it's just calculating something in the background, but it shouldn't be.
I mean, either way, it's a 6 or a 7 for damage.
Yes. I mean, we'll use the damage that it displays.
Right.
So, 7 damage. You strike true. How do you kill this wolf?
What were the chunks as Telperion had thrown his
One
scimitars
of
at
his
it?
crescent style boomerang, like hand axe type weapons, sunk into its kind of clavicle, throat scruff area, and then fell out. And the other got it directly in the chest.
This one will add on to the clavicle shot and go through the neck.
Telperion goes, jackpot!
It sails clean through the neck and then gets kind of stuck in the throat of this creature, and you hear a whimper as it just collapses to the side. That's my movement, bonus action, and action. But is anything interesting happen as it loses its life? As it falls, I'm going to say no, nothing of note in this moment.
Gotcha.
You know what? I lie. With your very high passive perception, you see a very, very subtle wisp of green just kind of fade. Like when it limps over and falls, it maybe falls away from your eyesight, but you just see a small wisp drift away and dissipate into the air.
So, okay. So it's not going somewhere. It seems to fade away.
Yes.
Okay.
It seems to dissipate into the air.
Can I yell something?
Sure.
Maybe we should go for the trees where the dryad is hidden instead of the animals that are possessed. That's all.
That was my turn. I did all 3 of my abilities: movement, action, bonus action.
Perfect. The Dark Dryad's turn. Roulette, as you are charging forward to help in this fray, you hear the sound of warping, cracking bark behind you as out of the tree behind you steps this darkened, blackened, dryad-like creature. It rushes towards you and attempts to make it's actually going to go there, but it rakes a giant gnarled claw toward you.
Gross.
Which is yes.
I love Tim's instinct to get the ruler out.
Is a natural 20, which is always fun. But the total damage is, I believe, because it's not shillelaghed, it's only 7 damage to you.
Neat.
So it just rakes this gnarled claw against your armor, and you can already see immediately, like, the armor, the leather armor where it was gouged, starts to almost like fester a little bit as that rot seems to just drift off of this creature, off its claws. The places where it stepped are festering, very clearly a source of this rot. But that is its turn. Who is next? The other wolf, the one that initially went at. It is going to, I think it's going to go for roulette, because that's the closest one. It needs to make an attack. It runs toward you and tries to bite you. Rolls a 7 to hit.
7 does not hit.
Okay. So maybe you're able to, even with this dark creature looming towards you, you're able to sense the wolf running from the other side, and you kind of just like shove it off as it leaps. But that is its turn. It is now Jiri's turn.
All right, so Jiri just got mauled by this wolf, and he his like arm was like all mangled, and he was like barely being able to hold on to a sword with one hand, but then it got healed, right? And so now he grabs his sword, but the wolf in front of him gets killed, and he turns to Toby, and he says, "Toby, you sly dog! That one was mine." And he whips around, and then he sees Rowlett, and he says, "No, not Rowlett!" And then he's gonna charge at the scary thing.
So the dark creature, not the wolf.
Yep.
Got it.
And he's gonna scream "Ja!" as he goes, and he's gonna take a big old swing with his sword.
Go for it.
I assume the wolf went for roulette.
It did, yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
You absolutely hit. Roll damage.
+6.
Wait, does this work?
Oh, you rolled it custom, so you can just roll your new attack custom too. Just roll the damage die, like.
Oh, whoops. Well, I rolled it on my character sheet, but hold on.
The fuck are you?
Whoopsies.
Wonder if Michael's eating.
Yeah, he's probably going to grab the food that was getting delivered to him.
My bad. All right, there we go. 9.
Awesome.
But
9 damage.
slash down right across its chest with my sword.
Awesome. Chunks of bark fly off at the impact, and it winces, but then regards you as its new focus. So
I am eating. I'm also listening and ready to play, but I will mute until then.
I'm listening and ready to play. Perfect. Is that your turn, Jiri?
Yep.
Perfect. Roulette?
Great question. Great question what I'm doing. I'm first thing I'm immediately doing is just dropping the crossbow.
Okay.
And then I'm trying to make a choice on what I want to do. Yeah. I'm taking out my mace and I am swinging at this wolf.
All right. Roll to hit.
17 to hit.
Definitely hits. Roll damage.
All your weapons are pink.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. 3 damage.
That is odd. It should have theoretically also rolled damage, but anyway. 3 damage. All right, you take a chunk out of this wolf's ear area, and it whimpers in pain.
That's all I do.
Yeah. Rhea is going to shift backward and take a shot at this creature. If I can open the thing. She
Hits, everyone.
connects for another 6 damage. An arrow gets right through its arm, and it winces in pain, but just kind of disappears into the wood form of this creature. And that is her turn. Then we have, I believe that's the dead wolf. So I think I can delete him from inventory. Perfect. Telperion.
All right, I'm gonna elegantly pivot around Jajiri, and nod at my fellow swordsman. And then with as a bonus action, I'm curious.
Mhm.
Can I fling the jar of yellow fungus, the vial of yellow fungus at it?
Great question. I'm going to consider something like that to be an uncork and spill, which is going to be 1 attack action.
I just want to chuck. I don't care about uncorking.
Okay.
That's still if that's still the same.
Yeah, I'm going to say to have any, because it's currently corked, so to have any real effect, I mean, you could drop it for free, but aiming it toward this creature with impact enough to injure it in any way, I'm going to say is an action. And in that moment, you might know that that might take too much time.
I'll just swing with my greatsword.
Okay.
All right. So this is the first time y'all have ever seen Telperion draw his greatsword. It's definitely large, silver, elegant, elvish in every way. And let's see what I roll before I say anything else.
You also, very clearly, if you step another space, could be, opposing this creature with other allies on the other side, could put yourself in an advantageous situation, which you would know if you want to.
step differently than where I am?
Like one.
Yeah, you're not flanking with anything right now. I'm just saying a martially adept person like you would know that that extra space would be an advantageous position.
Okay, well then I'll do that. So roll it with advantage then?
Yep.
Well, I rolled a 19 the first time. Awesome. And I rolled an 11 the second time. So 24 to hit.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Rolled 6 and a 6. So 12 plus 5 is 17.
That is very good damage. This clean takes off its left arm. You just cut right through the branch work that this construction creature is made of. And it screeches in pain and now shifts its focus from Jiri around to you.
All right. And then I would like to step one space closer. Didn't move very far, and I would like it to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, it can do that. Natural 20.
Damn it, nothing happened.
Yeah, it clearly, like, the momentum of this creature, the form shifts in a direction, but otherwise remains where it is.
Chris, are you rolling digitally in a way that we should be able to see, or no?
Yeah, all my rolls, I think.
I have not been seeing them in the chat.
Oh, it's showing it to GM, so I must have to enable something for public rolls.
Hey, that's fine, and we're playing with dice, so that's. I was just curious.
I don't know how to change that, but I'll look into it for next time. But yes, I am rolling, and it's going across the screen, so I thought you guys could see all of this. But
gotcha.
I see stuff. It says critter DM rolling at 1d20 plus 7.
That was Rhea's attack.
That was Rhea's attack, yeah, which was a custom roll and was not, I guess, hidden from this. But I got to figure out visibility settings. But
I was just curious. That was all.
Yep. No, it's a great question because I want these rolls to be visible to you guys to show that I'm not bullshitting. That one was, in fact, unfortunately, a nat 20 on the save. But
fine. Really wouldn't have done much. But that's my turn.
Yeah. Toby.
Okay. Maybe this is an out-of-game question or an in-game question for Toby. I'll illustrate it. If I were to go here and then aim at this dark druid, or dark dryad, would I be worried about hitting my friends? Say with like an arrow?
I will say, in general, in the future of my DMing style, in tight quarters, like down a corridor, if there's several people in front, I might give that person some version of cover or make it difficult. This is so open wilderness that
space.
You have enough visibility here to not impose a disadvantage on your roll or AC bump.
Okay, good to know. I can't do that, so I'll do that. Yes, I will. Where's my cursor? There we go. I'll go. Let's say there. Okay, I'll move there.
Okay.
And I will cast Guiding Bolt on the Dark Dryad.
All right. Remind us how you do this in the moment.
I look as if I'm preparing to shoot an arrow as if normal, but there's no arrow nocked. And as I let the bowstring fly, a burst of energy flies forth from the hand holding the bow in the direction of the thing. And so that means I have to do...
Amazing. Roll to hit.
14 to hit.
Why are all so many dice?
I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, it is rolling double dice, so we'll get that figured out. 14 does hit. Roll damage.
Should I take that damage or should I do a new 4d6?
No, it's calculating the damage correctly. It's just showing that additional damage are being rolled.
So
Guiding Bolt,
17 damage. Yeah, it's 46.
It's 46. Amazing first level spell.
I didn't know that.
17 radiant.
And the next person to attack it has advantage.
Has advantage. It takes that blast directly in the center. It almost seems to like borderline detonate, and it drops to its knee, and it is barely holding its form together, and looks at you and just howls and shrieks.
Okay, I thought you were about to say it was resistant to that, and I was like, oh no, please no.
It is not resistant. It took the full. It seemingly took the full brunt of that damage. And
Right.
is dramatically in pain.
The next attack roll made against this target before the end of my next turn has advantage.
Yep.
I moved. I did that. That is my turn.
It is now on a knee, essentially, in front of looking up at 3 creatures that mean it harm. It reaches out for Jiri's chest, makes contact with its gnarled, twisted fingers, and Jiri, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm sorry, wisdom. It is wisdom.
Is
DC
that better?
DC 14 wisdom save.
Woo!
You save. You see as this thing grabs Jiri's chest and starts to mutter this language that none of you recognize. It doesn't even seem really like an intelligible language. It's just like saying things. You see Jiri's eyes begin to glaze over green, but then it wisps away and dissipates into air. And then it is going to flee. You all may take attacks of opportunity. It runs toward a nearby tree. You
Who
guys
gets the advantage, though?
say it again.
Who gets the advantage on the attack?
Great.
Who has
It
mod?
technically leaves Roulette's space kind of first as it runs by Jiri and Telperion, so Roulette gets advantage. Looks like she hit. Looks like you hit. Telperion and Jiri may also still roll.
Ugh, 10 to hit. Damn.
Yeah.
Hit true.
Wait, do we get advantage?
Only roulette.
Only Roulette. Telperion and Jiri seem to strike air as the creature falls from Roulette. How do you want to do this?
Ah! It cricked my neck almost.
I feel like I'm falling to one knee in pain, but I just like I use that momentum to just fall forward with the mace and bring it down on its back as it's trying to flee.
You slam it in the back, and like almost toward the tailbone of where this creature is, it just snaps some crucial branch, and the whole thing collapses and scatters into corrupt, rotting wood. And you have successfully killed this creature. Immediately, you hear the sound of a whimpering wolf that is going to immediately, essentially, use its reaction. We can still stay in combat if you wish, or we can drop combat, but this wolf is going to whimper and immediately run away. And similarly, you hear a horrible braying noise from Peony, and it just starts to get real agitated and just starts to run off in a different direction.
No.
Toby will, as a quick reaction, do spare the dying on the wolf that we killed.
Okay.
And then begin to, I don't know if I want to use full movement or whatever, but I want to approach Peony.
Okay, so
he's running away, but
so if there are no more aggressive actions being taken, which you can still choose to do whatever.
I want to do an aggressive action.
Okay, so we're going to stay in combat for a second.
Okay.
Jiri, you can absolutely, you're next on the order anyway, so feel free to take whatever action you like.
All right, I'm gonna attack the dead dryad.
Okay, you are welcome to.
And I stab it. Yeah, and I say,
I finished it. I've killed him.
All right, and that will
that's it. Yeah.
effectively, unless there are other aggressive actions that want to be taken by next in combat, Roulette, for example, you guys can continue to, or we can drop combat if you would like.
I look at Roulette over Jiri, like, did you finish it?
I'm ignoring this, and my swing brought me to the ground. I am laying on my back, and I'm taking out one of my little patchy patch things and just like slapping it on wherever this thing raked me across the body. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Awesome. You can absolutely do so, and unless you'd like to flavor your patchwork again for us, but I know it. In addition to healing you, it may even knit together some of your leather. So
It does a little bit of both. It's like a all-purpose thing. It like the
Reconstruction.
liquid seeps out of it, like oozes in, and then the runes kind of glow on the meshwork of the. I forget what. That's knapsack. What is it called? Burlap. It's like it's like a silky burlap. It's weird.
Yeah, so I guess how I would have done what I said is I'm literally running after a horse, but I know how to run after a horse without being a threat, and as a side, I do spare the dying as I pass by the wolf.
First of all, you are absolutely able to spare the dying the wolf. I'm curious if you would like to flavor that for us, but as you do, the wolf's form just kind of like I feel like almost deflates a little bit. Like it's the bones go limp. It kind of just like seems to relax into death in whatever state it was.
Yeah. So what I would say is that the arrow I had finished it off with would have gone through the neck, so it's not there anymore. And so all the apparent wounds have come together. They're not repairing it, but it's leaving a more presentable semblance of a peaceful death. As I move on towards Peony.
Absolutely. As you move toward Peony in the same turn, as it were, the same kind of moment, you can already tell that although you're familiar with the horses in Forest Hollow, you've been taught by Gallus how to work with them and interact with them. There's no hope to like slow its gait. It is running, although you quickly realize we're still in an encompassing large atrium, so it's going to have to work pretty hard to get more than 200 feet away from you guys, but it is just bolting in a random direction, seemingly very agitated.
I'm gonna kneel down to Roulette and take out my water skin, and then I'm gonna pour a couple of little herbs, or just like crunch up some herbs into my water skin and slush it around, and I'll say, "Have you seen much battle before?"
Just on my way to Forest Hollow, not much before that. That might actually be the first real thing I've killed besides little bunnies or birds.
And I'll give Roulette my water skin, and I'll say, well, it looks. You hear the Southern come out? It looks as if you've cured yourself for the most part. Why don't you rest for a bit and drink this? It'll soothe some of the pain and your nerves.
I will take the water skin and I will hand him the horse treats back. Go give these to Toby! And I hand you the horse treats to go give it, and I start sipping whatever he drugged me with.
I was gonna say I had turned around because I would have seen that Roulette got damaged the worst there, and is before dashing off after this horse, checking to make sure that us five are okay.
The horse trees levitate towards you.
If they come within range, I will snatch them, sprint at the horse,
scoop them. I've got this over here.
I'll scoop them and I'll take off, double dashing as.
Sure. And it only takes 60 feet or so. The Peony starts to continue to run, but gets to kind of a corner of the room and kind of still agitated, looks around and stuff, but sees you approaching, and you are able to approach.
And I will continue sprinting, get up to it, and do that thing that I did last session to grant it some comfort and potentially maybe feel less threatened. And then from there, start trying to present sugar cubes, start trying to be like, oh.
Yep. Yeah, I would like you to make an animal handling check, please.
I'm also going to mark that thing off.
Is there anything anyone else wants to do?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim.
That's so lame. I have a good modifier for it, but I rolled bad.
You do, but
the horse treats give an advantage.
It maybe even let me do
I
something.
did say I was gonna use that thing. Which, if you want clarification, I'll tell you. But
yes, no, I recall.
okay.
It seems to what you're doing has an effect, but it is still so agitated that when you reach your hand toward it, it actually takes a bite at you.
Okay.
Just in fear. So this damage is not correct. I'm using its hoof attack, but
Okay.
so 20 to hit. So it will probably hit you,
Right.
and it like maybe catches your knuckle for 1 point of damage.
Okay.
It hurts a little bit, stings, but you like understand this frightened creature is just startled. But that essentially is the consequence for your animal handling attempt. But you have now that you're able to stay with it and present it, it will slowly calm down.
Also, the sugar cubes. I don't know if it I've been around Force Hollow. I don't know if this horse in specific would recognize me, but I'm presenting it the cubes. I'm trying to be gentle.
Let's say this takes roughly a minute as of a kind of a very slow calming down and offering situation, but it will accept a sugar cube and eat it out of your hand and kind of lets you rest your hand on its snout and is starting to calm down and be more in a comfortable state. But as this minute's going on, everyone else is free to do what they want to do as well.
Tim, didn't you want to do something?
I was just gonna while Rowlett was like screaming Toby at one point, I'm gonna start screaming Moby, bring my sewing kit. And then I look around and I remember that Moby's not here, and I say, "Oh, rats! Rowlett, can you fix my jacket here?"
Oh yeah, certainly. And I will.
I'm scandalized.
Why?
Because I'm trying to help you. You're on the ground. I'm trying to give you calming herbs.
I'm pepped up immediately as soon as that I'll say this as roulette because I see your shock. Oh no, don't Topirian, don't worry about me. These patches, and as I hit like my armor where I got scratched, the patch is already gone. These patches work pretty fast and do a pretty good job of mostly fixing the armor, mostly fixing the skin and the wound underneath. So I'm pretty good. Don't worry. I appreciate the water, and I hand you back your water skin. It's pretty tasty. Jerry, come on over here for a second.
And I say, I usually sew my things myself, but I don't have my sewing kit with me.
Moby's probably got it back in your pack, which we can head on back to him. And I'll take out, what is it? It's cloth, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's like a very thick, heavy cloth coat.
Oh, that's good. So I'll take out, it's just like a thick needle. It almost looks like a dart. It has an eye hole at the top of it, but there's no thread on it. The needle has a bunch of runes scratched around it. And as I take it and touch different runes, the eye of it glows, and I just start sewing the spots for it. There's no thread, but as it leaves it, it just kind of stitches itself together as I cast mending on your little Jackie jacket.
Amazing.
Thank you, Rowlett. It's all better.
Yep, it's absolutely very repairable that way, and it does a good job.
I'm gonna go check out the Dark Dryad.
Okay.
The horse.
In the meantime, I'm assuming Peony doesn't have any, reins or anything. I'm just kind of standing next to her and kind of nudging her when she seems to be going a different direction than I want, and just leading back to the group.
Sure. Yeah, and I imagine you may have a pack on you, but if you want to, you can, develop means to guide her through some way. But
I had that rope from the farmer that we used to get in. So
I also have a rope. I'll just do a quick little loop. I'm not even tying a knot. I'm just doing a loop over and grabbing the two ends of it, so she's not getting too far away.
He is still constantly kind of looking to her sides, clearly frightened in general, but has absolutely accepted you as a familiar friend, ally, and is following in your footsteps. And so you're able to lead her back toward the others.
Holy shit, guys, that was awesome. Did you see Rowlett smash that thing? Oh man, that was sick. And then Toby shot that wolf right through the neck. Damn. Then Talperion, oh man, you sliced the shit out of that thing. That was awesome, guys.
Thank you, Jajiri.
As you guys are talking, I want to make sure I show this. As you guys are talking, the wood by wood next to Rhea, in a tree next to Rhea, starts to warp and shift and crack, and out walks a slightly similar looking creature, but where everything about this previous creature was defiled and dark and twisted and rotten, this one is just gloriously beautiful. And I'll show an image real quick.
Sexy tree. She's a sexy tree.
Quite.
She, this entity steps forward from the tree and greets you all, saying, "Thank you, kind travelers. Although it saddens me greatly to see a sister struck down, there was surely no other way. Her essence had been rotten, was beyond hope for salvation. You have shown mercy in bringing about her end. She is a creature of another realm, as am I. We are lesser spirits who have been bound to this place, and my sister had wandered too far. If you know anything of tales of us, we are bound to a tree on this plane. Each dryad a tree to a different area. Her tree, her home, was amongst the forest that was ravaged by the burning of the Emerald 2 years ago. When this place of binding was desecrated in that way, it caused her to lose herself, lose her essence, and she went feral, striking at whatever creature she came about. There was seemingly no order to her deeds. She would bring creatures here, I believe, because there is some energy about this place, though it is far forsaken. But I thank you, travelers, very kindly for putting her at rest. I will bring news to my kin that she has been brought to rest in this way, and I will take your leave. Thank you." Without another word or even a chance to like commune with this thing, she simply steps backward. The wood works around her again, and she disappears from view. Although of note, where that warping wood kind of closed in around her, a slight green glow appears, and a very small little branch kind of grows very rapidly, and a small budding leaf just sits there. And like there's a faint shimmer about it, but just as evidenced by where she had left. But you guys were clearly just visited by some strange being, and were clearly, assured that your deeds here have not gone unnoticed, and certainly were appreciated by whatever beings are kind.
I was ready to speak to her, and she's gone. I go check out the leaf.
And then Peony and Toby come back into the arena.
Well, this would be honestly like right as you guys are approaching, so you maybe
okay. So I might have caught some of that.
Possibly out of earshot. Actually, we're gonna say you were out of earshot, okay. And the creature was noticeably speaking Elvish, kind of interesting, but seemingly message may have gotten across to most parties that were nearby. But Toby Rama, you're probably approaching right as this entity stepped backward into this tree and disappeared. Telperion, if you wish to reach for the plant, the small leaf, you can absolutely do so.
I mean, I want to get close to it and check it out, but I'm kind of not sure if it's... I'll say out loud, I don't know. I really want to pluck this leaf, but I also don't know if it's meant to be as like a gift to this temple and this place. And I want to like just go check it out and see what I notice.
Sure. Make a general history or nature check, your choice.
18. Oh wait, no, 17.
17. What did you roll? Nature or history?
History.
I will say, from your culture, and again, not that you have wildly extensive knowledge of the Fey realm in general or its creatures, but certainly dryads are magical creatures that are almost always good-natured, represent, tidings of good luck and good fortune, and just are, in every sense, pinnacle of beauty in the Fey realm and our realm, and it's anything it touches generally is imbued with magic. So you just know that it is a magical, likely a magical remnant of this creature's passing, but further than that, you don't know necessarily. Should I not, whatever. But you know,
I'm gonna rub it.
sure. It just seems warm to the touch and kind of just gives this very subtle, beautiful green yellow glow.
As leading Peony back in, and as I see corpses lying around, I'll throw out sparing the dyings, even though that mechanically doesn't do anything, but it's just that's what I know to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You're kind of providing these people with some version of peaceful last rest in a way. You do also notice that they are armed, have weapons strewn about, some purses and satchels and stuff that are just scattered about. You see the dead chicken as well up on the dais. But
One dead chicken?
One dead chicken, yeah.
Still three more.
Three out there.
Three more of those chickens out there somewhere.
I'll when yes, Steve, go.
Any crossbow bolts? I want to look for it.
Perfect. There are actually make a general investigation check. You're looking specifically for those, so you're going to find something, but make a general investigation check.
I was planning on approaching Telperion and saying, it looks like these people had some things on them if you're interested in looking.
Yes, Roulette, with your check, very methodical. You just are gently and respectfully, perhaps, but just rolling these bodies, making sure if they have anything in pockets, and just like satchels you empty and clearly remove from their bodies, and you ascertain, you gather quite a few things from these travelers. There seems to be a wood elf male, a very thin dwarf, a human, another half orc that Rhea is surprised to see. Not in a way that of recognition, but in just like, I don't see many of my own kind that often, at least.
Yeah, does Rhea recognize anyone from here? Because
no one seems to be of recognition to you or Toby, which you're not necessarily surprised of. There haven't been rumors of missing townsfolk and stuff. And with such a small town, you guys would know that. No one you recognize, but you are able to find 43 copper, 98 silver.
Who found this?
You are. This is primarily you searching these bodies. In your search for crossbow bolts, you're able to find this, and I can let you know the specifics again later if you need. But 43 copper, 98 silver, 23 gold, 2 scimitars.
Me and the 4 gold I snagged earlier aren't feeling too good.
Yeah, 2 scimitars, a broken light crossbow, 6 crossbow bolts, 1 functional set of leather armor, and 1 pack of medicinal supplies or combat medic supplies type.
Cool.
I'm sitting there looking at the leaf. Dibs on any medicine stuff?
I immediately hand him the medical supplies.
I wasn't looking, so I'm still just staring at this leaf and saying, like, I'm like running through stories in my head of like, do I pluck this or not? Because this is like, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to rely on your previous history check is not giving you any additional information of what you remember reading about or studying about briefly. So maybe no suggestions back or forth on do I not, but up to your call.
I'm going to pluck it.
You are welcome to. You may add a dryad leaf to your inventory, which I created a custom thing for that you can add in D&D Beyond.
Excellent.
Shout out Griffin Saddlebag for this item.
I'll still my main focus right now is Peony and nothing else, but I'll approach Ray and say, do you recall the way out of this, or the way out of the
way out?
The way out of the forest, or should we have Telperion continue to
I
lead?
think between me and Telperion, we can certainly ascertain our way back. The broken branches was a good idea on that regard, but I'm sure our idea of general geography and direction will help us get northward in general and back west toward North Forest Hollow. So I'm ready to leave whenever you are. Although, frankly, I suspect that as long as we avoid the rot and the mold of this place, we may not be attacked by wolves or the like.
Is it dark out? What time is it from the sunset?
It's getting like dusk, so it's like it's getting very low lit orange. And that's only peeking through the sunlight. So you guys have a general sense of knowing what time it is from your journey here and stuff, but it's getting toward dusk.
I was about to say, Telperion, shall we make our way through the other wing of that? I absolutely stole your accent. I'm sorry.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
That's amazing.
That was.
I thought this Southern was gonna snag people more than the British.
I was like, Telperion is British, so I'm about to speak British. Telperion, on our way back, you want to sneak through that other wing of the temple we didn't explore?
I'm just saying. How long did it take us to get here?
Total travel time was probably slightly over 2 hours, but also you were moving slowly and carefully and without knowing which way you were necessarily going, and studying tracks and stuff slowed your journey. So on your way back, you can make it more expeditiously, but it is probably getting towards dusk. The small light you can see, you're estimating it might be roughly the equivalent of 6 o'clock or so in the evening. So it's starting to get dim, and it's fall, so it's not extra long days, but so that's why you're starting to lose light around this time. But you imagine you have time to get back if you wish to proceed.
I'm gonna pitch something. We are in an elvish ruin protected by magic in a place with only one entry, and it is nearing dusk, and we may not want to travel at night with a spooked horse, so we could camp here for the night and head back in the morning. And I could keep watch throughout the night if I could rest for a couple hours right now.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. I'm not opposed.
Pretty defensible position with only one entryway into this place.
My personal vote is to kind of get a move on with the horse, and I'd rather get out of this temple full of poison stuff on the ground, and I don't want Mr. Jiri's compatriot Moby waiting out in the woods for us, getting lost himself.
There is also that. And
also, period, just in his head, he goes, "Fucking humans," because I forgot about Moby.
So Rhea will actually chirp in here and just mention that I've enjoyed you guys' worry for Moby's sake, but if we had sent Moby to Boris's farm to look for you guys first, I can assure you Gallus would not have let him journey into the forest alone. I don't think you need to worry about him stranded in the woods. I can't promise that, but I suggest that that's not a likely cause for concern.
There is that, but guys, also I don't know that this place is pretty it's kind of a dearth of vegetation, not a whole lot to offer. I don't know that Peony is going to have a lot to feed on and restore his strength here, because all the grass, all the available stuff, it seems to be kind of worse for wear.
Is that true? Just grass-wise, what's it looking like?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look healthy in here. Certainly you would not think there would be berries or fruits growing in this vicinity with all the rot. It's not to say that it's guaranteed that's not the case throughout the whole temple or surrounding forest in general, but certainly in this space you surmise it might not be forageable here in this spot.
Plus also, I've been into the verdant forest before. I'd love to say I have, but I haven't made my way into the Emerald before, and this is
Imagine being able to tell your friends back at home that you stayed a night in the Emerald.
That would be quite the tale.
should we
In an elvish ruin.
should we make our way back to the inner temple proper instead of this kind of open air area?
Certainly.
Okay, let's start with that. I'll begin leading Telperion or leading Peony.
If we can find a spot free of that poisonous moss that you inhaled before, and if Peony can make it through the night, then and if Mobile is fine, let's camp out for the night.
I also would like to play my hand here and say I would be in all of your debt if you would allow me to trance in this temple for a few hours. I deeply wish to dream in this space where my ancestors spent time and abandoned.
Should we stake out the rest of the area that we haven't explored yet?
DM, was there any other exit out of that big ass room we were in?
The one that we didn't explore.
Other than this room, which I would say because of the nature of its more dilapidated state, walls crumbling in, the exposure to the outside, this room might be the most susceptible to things in and out, other than the front archway of the entire ruin.
No, I meant like, so out of like the big dome room, there were other exits?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Back to the other way we went.
All right.
Yeah, we'll head inside at all. I'm not leaving Peony's side.
Sure.
Can I talk to Toby as we go?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I got questions for everybody, actually.
Toby, you missed it. That tree dude liked our style. He said we did a really good job fighting.
Wait, the tree that you killed, or was there
No,
someone
another
else?
tree. You missed it. They showed up. They were like, "You guys are real cool. You fight real well. I'm gonna go tell the story of Jajiri, Jarl of Jarland, to all my people and his friends. So you're gonna be famous, Toby."
Am I gonna be mentioned in a story?
Probably.
That's pretty cool.
You guys can go ahead and keep my name out of any stories. Keep the fame for yourselves.
Is that
Stories are nice, but there's a ritual room I would love to investigate.
Oh, I've got a question for Telperion too.
Sure.
Telperion, where'd you get that amazing, awesome work of art sword you got there?
I'll unsheath it, and I'll let you hold it.
Whoa.
And
This
is
was
it? What kind of sword is it again?
It's a great sword.
And I'm like,
Oh, it's pretty heavy.
I said it was forged for my father 250 years ago.
No way. My sword's also named after my father.
What's your sword's name?
Adras,
Let me do that.
the
I got-
Stormbender.
I got that earlier.
Like seeing everyone pull out their notebooks. Like,
No, I already got that. I'll as Jiri asked his question of me and then moves on to the next person, I'll just kind of check in with Rhea, just kind of in orcish, be like, "You good? We good? Okay, let's just bring tensions down." Okay.
yes, I feel good about holding up in this place. I admit I leaned toward Roulette's suggestion of getting Peony back home as soon as possible, but I do feel comfortable in this space. If we can avoid rot or mold or creatures, this is probably as good of a structure for.
It's at least defensible as opposed to, testing the verdant.
Agreed. Gallus will be glad to hear how well you all handled yourselves here. It goes a long way, and especially with what I've seen from you, I'm impressed.
I'm just like, Thank you.
And don't forget the Elvish enchantment keeping out all but elves. I also want to mention what?
No one responded.
No, we nodded.
Rhea will chirp in and say, I keep saying she chirps. She will contribute to the conversation by saying, it is strange that you mentioned it would dissuade everyone other than elven kind from entering, but the wolves, Peony, and that creature were able to get, permeate that barrier. It is odd that they were able to find, yes, an abode here.
Did you go British on barrier?
I did not realize that was what you chuckled at. I thought you were thinking he specifically avoided the word penetrate for permeate.
Oh, didn't notice. I think that maybe the dryad was able to lead in the animals. Maybe no offense intended, as I led you in.
Interesting. So is its very nature elvish?
What I think I would like to say yes, but DM, do I know that it is?
I think you would kind of take that as a curiosity and maybe not elvish, but maybe something more than elvish, maybe something deeper. And now you're
Damn it.
Maybe even questioning like.
Did we freeze?
Oh
Shit.
yeah, Michael and Steve froze. Oh, you're
Okay.
back. You're back. You're back.
Yay! Thank God.
Okay.
So you said I heard the first part.
You realized maybe not elvish specifically, but maybe something deeper than elvish. Maybe these wards that dissuade elven kind don't just accept elven kind. Maybe they are willing to accept different things from elven history and culture, and things that have tied to elven kind or tied to the Fey realm or tied to even Arborea at large, the origin of Corellin and those types of beings. So you suddenly are realizing maybe those barriers don't only accept elven kind, but certainly that's primarily how they're used.
Mythal?
Yes, the mythals, yes.
To Rhea, I say, what was her original question?
She was just wondering, why were they able to get in?
Oh, why? And I answered the animal part, or the
allowed them in part.
Yeah. Just a moment of contemplation from the both of you. She's just curious in general.
As we head into the kind of the central cavern again, or central chamber again, of the elven, or as Tilpiran had informed me, the elven deities that are around the room. Also, Mike and Steve have frozen again.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
Are any of them seem particularly animal friendly?
Yes, actually, Halani is depicted with a tiger at her feet, a snake around her arm, two birds sitting on her shoulder. Oh, they're back. Nice.
Yes.
In
a duplicate window.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There we go.
I am the host now. So I don't know if you caught Toby's question. Actually, Toby, do you want to?
As we headed back into the central chamber, that I know is, as Telpiran told me, kind of elven deities, as they understand them, are any of them animal centric or seem like animals or their domain?
And I responded by saying, yes, Halani, actually, one of the three deities that kind of make up Angarad, the betrothed of Corellin, like almost a subset of that deity, is framed with a tiger at her feet, a snake on her arm, two birds on her shoulder. She is very much seeming natural, a focus. Maybe even Telperian would recognize, oh, that's Halani. That's who many of the druids in our culture, revere as highly as others.
Seeing that, I will bring Peony with me, and making sure she's agreeable, end up using the rope that I have at my disposal, tying a lead off on the pillar, not the statue, but like the kind of pillar base, and essentially tethering her to there and making sure she's okay.
He is hesitant to lay down at first because of the rot, but if you help her guide her down, there's enough vegetation that it's not cold hard stone,
Yeah.
and she will eventually settle down onto her fours, bend her legs, and kind of just settle in.
And,
right.
and in the second I'm confident that she's okay, I dart back and I head towards Telperion and was like, so are we checking this place out or not?
I say, yeah, but is she calm at least a little bit?
She is calm. She is maybe it took a minute or two for Toby to really settle her down enough to lay down there, but she is calmly sitting and just resting at the base of that pedestal.
Okay. I do want to, just for a moment, before I say Toby, in just a moment, and I'll take out my lyre, and I want to go over to her for the first time because I haven't really approached her yet. And I want to sing to her in Elvish while I pluck my lyre. And I did pull up some lyre music, but I don't have to play it per se.
Who are you singing to?
In general, I support it, and I also want to integrate some music background stuff into this, but I just got to learn a little bit more and get better.
Let me just share screen then. It'll only take a second. And you can get the vibe. I have to share my sound too. I did this for a year. You'd think it'd be really quick at it.
Donkey Daddy.
Oh, here it is.
When you're in the share screen thing.
Oh, here. Share sound. But don't look at her because there's an English elf doing it.
Gotcha. Very cool.
All right, so that's what I do, and I sing her some Elvish.
Just to Peony as she's resting.
Just to chill her out.
She definitely seems in a more relaxed state now that she's got you and Toby kind of caring for her. She's at the base of this statue. All seems peaceful with her right now.
And they say, Jajiri, I told you.
Sorry, also notably, she has no wounds on her. There are no wounds anywhere on Peony. Seemingly had been entranced by that creature and led here for something. Who knows what may or may not have happened in the future, but she is entirely unharmed.
Good.
And then I look at Toby and I say, ritual site?
Ritual site.
Jackpot.
I love your return to that.
I got the telekinetic torch going again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Freya, why don't you stay with the horse, watch the interior?
I am happy to do so. Keep an eye.
Roulette? Jajiri?
You guys trying to see some shit? Excuse my language, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, always.
Did you curse?
Yes. Is that not one you're familiar with?
Which word did
Shit.
What is that?
It's kind of a catch-all, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, that's some bad shit. Oh, that's some good shit. Oh, that's
Jackpot shit?
Jackpot shit. But also, just, I will say, literally, it means excrement. So there's that too. So like,
let's go. Let's
okay.
go. We're
Not important. We'll get there later.
ritual set. Let's Telperion, you lead the way.
As I go, I'm not asking anyone. I say excrement, and I write it down in my journal.
I
The
thought
humans have excrement.
What
Yeah.
is their word for it?
The elves don't talk about excrement.
You don't do
No,
that.
They do
don't
some
do that
J.K.
here.
Rowling. They magic it away.
They have a book that's permeated their culture that's called Nobody Shits.
Penetrated their culture.
Nobody shits but them.
Okay,
All right, yeah.
okay.
To the ritual room.
Yeah, so you guys are able to make your way back up to this archway where above it was written in Primordial, which Telperion was able to read and recognize that it read Ritual Ceremony. There is a small set of stairway steps, and again, the proximity of this dark, defiled creature throughout this spot. There's still
Right.
rot
Right.
everywhere. The grass is withered and dying everywhere, but there's still grass everywhere. But noticeably, no yellow mold in this area. There are additional statues of kind of extended Seldarin. The Seldarin pantheon is the elven pantheon. There are extended Seldarin statues in this room, ones that are maybe less commonly known, but still, given reverence and built in stone beauty. But there's not much in this room other than a very faded ritual groove in the floor and a much larger, ornate prayer type stone structured table
than we have seen in the other hallways.
It's just larger. It has kind of slots in the sides of it where maybe scrolls maybe have been kept, or records or prayer sheets of some kind. There's nothing in those. It's all disintegrated into dust and scraps and stuff. But noticeably, there are two kind of inset, not the opposite of relief, kind of two jutting out kind of shelf looking things that are a stone slab in the front of this table. There is a ornate design on them, which Telperion very quickly recognizes is written in Celestial.
Damn it.
Not that you read it, but you are able to, from your studies, you know what that script looks like, because it's probably the only script in all of language prettier than Elvish.
I'll also just
I took Primordial instead.
Telperion has his torch going, but I've also got my light under the glove kind of dim backup going.
Yep.
I say to Toby, if I don't find some elf shit, I'm gonna be furious. Is that it?
Yes.
You have such a grasp at language. I'm so proud of you.
I speak like 5. It's Common's my worst one, but thank you.
I'm excited to learn the analog in Elvish.
Toby Rama, with your passive perception, you also notice what Telperion is very clearly looking at in this stone relief, and you can very clearly read what's written in front of you.
And I'll approach it and say,
What is
it? What does it say?
As you walk up, it very simply is written, "We offer song to our star, preserver of the firstborn."
We offer song to our star, preserver of the firstborn?
Yes. As you're reading it, do you say that out loud, like you just mumbled?
No.
Okay.
Or preserve here. I'll approach it, take that in, and I'll turn to Telperion and say, Should we sing? Should we sing here?
I wish I had time enough to record what the Celestial on there, but I don't. It might take a while in the dock. I would love to know what it says. Why would you want to sing here?
Oh, I thought you knew what it said. Look, right there. It says we offer song to our star, preserver of the firstborn.
For the first time, Telperion's really impressed with one of you, and my jaw drops quite a bit. You can read Celestial?
Oh, is that what that language is? Yeah, I guess it does look different than the common lettering I'm used to, but
that is Celestial. Only a few of the scholars at my home know it. And it takes quite a long. It takes longer to learn than most other languages.
I'll turn back to Roulette and Jiri and be like, you guys can't read. Yeah, I guess that isn't common.
That's not a very common thing to be able to read a high script like that.
You should sing it. I love songs.
I would just caution you. Say it one more time for me.
of course. Yeah, it says, we offer our song to our star, preserver of the firstborn.
So
Delperion, quick question from what you know of temples like this or similar to this. Is the thing we're standing in front of some sort of coffin?
Based on architecture, stonework, and potential functionality, whatever this room might be, does not indicate a house, a home for dead.
Could I also have like helped out with that? Like
But also,
I'm aware
sure.
of like
Yeah.
when it says ritual, it says roulette says ritual. So generally we don't worship the dead. So excellent question.
I did not know that.
Excellent question.
this is
But I
different than
believe
any burial
also-
I've ever seen.
And then it also doesn't seem to have a lid like a coffin or, thing like that would have. It just kind of has these two things in front of it, these panels that each say the exact same phrase on these like shelf-like apparatus.
As we're thinking about it, I'll just remember as Telperion was praying earlier at the statue, I was like, so you didn't see what was written on oh, I have the name written down. Sanine's statue.
Sehanine.
Sanine.
Sehanine.
You couldn't tell what it was saying on there?
No. I literally want to like pick you up and be like, my seeing stone. I'm really strong, so I pick you up a little bit.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna go look in a moment.
I was all about looking.
I'm just picturing myself holding you in front of it.
I'm sure I'm 5'4". Like I'm not large.
Okay, so let's get to this translation first. We offer song to our star.
Preserver
Would probably
of
be the
firstborn.
sun. Probably be the sun, since these were the sun elves.
What was the name you mentioned? Corellin?
Corellin? Lorethian?
Corellin Lorethian.
Lorethian. Lor. Preserver of the firstborn likely would mean the elves. So I would assume they did sing in this hall. I don't know. We don't know what happened to the Sun Elves. If you would like to sing, I'm game.
I'll go.
Jerry, can you sing, or are you just appreciator of song?
Oh, I love listening to people sing. You guys should sing. I'll listen.
I pass the time sometimes. I prefer to read, but sometimes I'll hum a tune. But should we? What if there's other hints throughout the rest of this place? I don't know that we've explored the extent of it.
Roulette starts walking down the next hall.
Oh, there she goes. Okay.
Torch.
Torch up.
We'll sing after. We'll be here all night.
Roulette, you are free to proceed down that hallway.
Keeping an eye out for yellow mush or wolves.
There is seemingly, as you proceed into this next chamber, it seemingly is very similarly built to the one you just came from. But again, kind of the more standard prayer table construction, not as ornate as the previous chamber. But no noticeable yellow patches of mold or creatures of any kind, just a bunch of rotting vegetation.
Yeah, it'll be a very oh, she's going. Okay, yeah. Maybe guys, let's
come back.
Let's keep
going.
Come
back.
If it's the same, I am just gonna keep walking all the way down, because having made a mental map of this. I know that there's one more room towards the southeastern corner that I wanted to get to round out the thing.
Absolutely.
I love that you're the one pushing.
As you enter this chamber, a little bit different from the rest of the chambers in construction, although maybe not anything immediately of note, certainly as threats. You don't see any yellow mold or creatures of any kind. However, there is a much larger than you had seen, kind of reflecting pool basin type construction that's, half semi-spherical on the inset into this stonework. that really matches the work from outside, and again, just made from this beautiful blue crystalline material. That's kind of the inset layer of this.
No water.
No water in there.
What, just as we're kind of jogging potentially through the hallway that led to here, and anything, I'm ready for the prayer tables. I'm ready for the statues. Anything else that catches my eye?
Not really. So far, it's just rotting vegetation and statue work, and now this uniquely placed basin that is like not quite built the same way the other ones were, but or it's just more centrally positioned in this space, but nothing obviously of note.
Okay.
Are there like any drainage holes in the bottom, or if I look at the ceiling, any like holes up at the ceiling?
Very good question. As you look in the ceiling, hard to tell via vegetation. However, looking into the basin, the vegetation clearly has not, in the nature taking over this temple, has clearly not penetrated the walls of these basins. Whatever stone or crystal this is built from, either is hard enough to resist that, or is in some other way protecting it from that level of dilapidation. You do notice there is a hole in the very bottom of it that you just can't see where that goes, but maybe an inch or so in diameter. Very small, but noticeable.
Interesting. I'm gonna just toss a tiny pebble into the basin, not aiming for the hole, just like tossing into the basin.
It skitters around there and very clearly is funneled toward the hole and sinks in, and you do not hear a noise of any kind indicating.
Fool of a toque.
A Belor emerges from
the Balrog.
So, just like judging from what I would assume, does this look like it was filled with water?
Yes, or at least if it wasn't filled with water, water would have clearly been put in here. To what function you're not familiar with in this construction.
Is this not the best day of your life?
It seems empty. Like
we found an empty bathtub.
There's that, but also like
maybe I haven't impressed upon you, my people who live in the Emerald and know of where all the Sun Elves live.
He does know what's going
have
on.
No record.
He knows what's going on. So I just want to say that
there is no record of this temple.
There's no one here to have kept a record, but this does sound important. Yeah. Should we get you singing a song back for the thing up there?
But I'm just
sure.
These things seem to hold water, but this one has a hole in it that wouldn't do a very good job of holding water.
They maybe had a plug.
You usually put like a flapper or something at the bottom of it to keep the water in.
Flapper?
A flapper. Apparently that's what it's called, a toilet.
Shall we sing?
I'm happy to if we feel satisfied with,
Let's go through the main hall and you can read me that celestial before we sing.
Ooh, I like that. Says Michael Kennedy. Oh no, I keep doing the wrong fucking Zoom. So Toby goes up to here, goes to here, and I think it was here.
Yeah.
Let me get back over to where you guys are. Correct. So Peony is now, you find with Rhea watching. Rhea nods as you guys approach, but Peony is gently resting. Her eyes are closed, seems to be sleeping right now, probably after however stressful of a couple hours.
Traumatic, even.
Yeah, true trauma. Is slumbering at the pedestal of Halani. But yes, you approach the pedestal of what Telperion recognizes by iconography as Sehanin. You can Sehanin.
SehaH. Sehanin.
Yeah. Nine. Yep.
Wait, are we singing to the statue or to the not tune?
We wanted to read
we're taking a circuitous route back to the singing area. I'm sorry I didn't speak up earlier, Topir, and I saw you kneeling in front of it. I thought you had seen that script upon it and understood it.
I was wishing I hadn't studied Primordial as much as I'd studied. I wish I'd studied Celestial more, but that is not. Read ahead.
I didn't ask about this earlier, but what do I read?
So most of what is written around the base of this pedestal is super worn,
Okay.
very weathered and illegible. And what is legible is mostly Elvish. The only celestial phrase or section written in a beautiful script that is noticeably less worn than the rest is just the name Sehanin, the Moonweaver.
Sehanin, the Moonweaver. Moonweaver, that's so cool. As I approach it, I'll say, Telperion, again, I'm sorry. Just you had said you were part of the. Oh, give me a sec. Toby Rama doesn't do this, but Michael Kennedy does this.
Mean breath.
I was gonna get there, and you stole it from me.
Sorry.
Ninberthil. You had said you were part of the Moon Elves, the Ninberthil, so I figured you would have known this, but what it says there is just Sehanin, the Moonweaver.
That is the closest thing to my personal deity. Anyway, thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't discern more. It's just that's.
Well, I can't fault you. I can hardly read any of it else. But let us sing. I feel bad for our friends who we are trolling around.
I am happy to be led back to the ritual site.
Legiri, I forget. Did you say you would be joining in or just watching and appreciating?
No, just listening.
Excellent.
You guys are welcome to proceed back in that direction.
All right, back in front of the altar. I take out my lyre, and I sing my. What do I sing? I'll sing the Tale of the Lost Sun Elves.
Okay.
In Elvish.
A classic ancient ballad. You are able to pluck your lyre and sing. What language are you singing in?
Elvish.
Okay.
Toby, how would you like to accompany? Maybe you go after me.
I intend on singing, and this is an out-of-game thing, that Toby doesn't know he's singing differently than what he intends.
100%. As Telperion begins to sing an elven ballad that Toby Rama does not necessarily understand the words of, Toby Rama starts kind of humming a tune and without missing a beat just begins to sing in Celestial words of his own choosing that emerge from his mouth in Celestial. And Telperion, you may have seen the Celestial script, you may have seen it on paper, heard of people in your culture that know it, but I'm going to say you probably haven't heard anyone speak Celestial other than Michael or Toby Rama speaking the phrase a moment ago. So this is probably a very novel experience for anyone around hearing Celestial being sung.
I'm definitely going to falter out and accompany him.
Okay.
With the lyre.
And as the verse that begins to ring out is Hatra gulai un ilanta thur ono unatra ono waiseskoi lorofra orathur brisinger let taurthur deloi moil dramur kopa.
As Toby Rama is singing this, and you can hear the alien language it's this beautiful ancient language that is alien to your ears, you start to lose the words and it just becomes music. Like it just like the nature of this beyond beauty language being sung, it almost just like sounds like musical notes and stuff as he is forming these words. And as he sings in Celestial in front of this altar, both shelves the runes, the script that was written in Celestial glows in gold, and both stonework go.
I
This is
thought I
literally
was- I thought I was
Hyperion's
just- I
face
thought
at
I
this
was
moment.
fucking flavoring that shit, and it actually happened. Holy shit!
I just hold Toby Rama. I say,
guys,
you are the
obviously
best one.
You don't understand what I sang, but emotions are invoked in you of protection
crying.
from misfortune, a path towards luck and passion and bliss.
I look at Roulette and I say, can you sing out Celestial as well?
No.
You still have value. I mean it lovingly.
I go back to the horse.
Oh. Okay, what moved?
Okay,
Like
the
shells
two
out or-
shells.
Both of these, as if it were, to, our world defy it. If there's a dresser, these two shelves, drawers, are like outset a little bit, and you heard the grinding of stonework as that shifted out toward you like an inch.
I'm rushing over to check it out with Toby.
I will emphasize out of game, or Michael Kennedy saying this. Toby did not know he was not singing in common.
To Toby, he was literally probably singing common.
A song I had heard before, or a story I loved in a book, or
Think very parcel tongue. Absolutely accidental, just happened.
I'm like a little too elated to explain it to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you see, I'm floored again. So maybe you can infer a little bit from that, and that might prime a question. But like,
Well, I think it was
literally
more,
pull your arm forward with me because I
the
say you
shelves
deserve
popping
to
out.
look at this with me.
I'll help him investigate.
Sure. You're able each to reach a one of the drawers essentially, and upon getting close enough, you can see that now there's a groove there where you can, now that it's popped out, you can grab it and kind of, draw the rest of the shelf out, and you hear the grinding of stone as you pull it out. In perfect condition in each of them is a scroll. Seemingly they're not in scroll cases, they are loose parchment scroll work in perfect condition, as if they had just been made.
I'm reading it so fast. Is it celestial? I'll kill
That
myself.
have clearly not suffered the ravage of time, essentially. You're able to open them. They are both written in Elvish. And one is a scroll of protection from evil and good. The other is a scroll of protection from poison, which is slightly higher magic.
Protection from.
And as you read those, let me ask Toby the question / Michael Kennedy.
Okay.
When you were describing what the words of that song were, did Toby describe what the words of that song were, or did just Michael Kennedy let us know what the words were?
Michael Kennedy was informing those who listened to it how the song was
Got it. But
affecting them.
For all intents and purposes, though, they still do not understand the content of what you just said. Okay.
No.
However, you now have these two scrolls in your possession.
Can you read Elvish as well?
I had pulled. We each went to a different shelf as it was exposed, and I opened it and I was like, "That's fancy," and I don't understand it.
So Jerry Roulette, can you read Elvish? I can't. I don't think I.
Oh, Telperion, Roulette's back in the central chamber with
With
Raya.
the horse.
Oh, you meant that.
Yeah, with the
I
horse.
thought you were kidding. So Jerry was listening to our music.
Let me take a look.
Oh God.
What am I reading?
An Elvish scroll.
Yeah, an Elvish, a scroll written in Elvish of arcane runic equations and Elvish language that clearly invoke, as you understand it, a protection from poison scroll.
All right, I don't know much about magic. I know a little bit of primordial magic. but I don't know what this does. Here you go.
Ironically,
Can I
I
give
can
it-
read it, but I don't know that I can use it. But that's not necessarily the question of right now.
Protection.
Well, I
from
gave it
evil
back
and
to
good.
Toby.
I would have gotten the poison one.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
And Telperion is holding the protection from evil and good right this moment, but there was one in each drawer.
I guess maybe this is a DM question. Someone getting a scroll that is a spell, even if it's not in their language, do they understand the spell that can be used with it?
I will say that outside of D&D rules, which I can confirm, the nature of these spells and maybe different scrolls operate differently, but at least generally speaking, you have to you have to understand the language to cast it, and you have to have that type of connection with it. I'm not going to go as so far as to say that if it's only a warlock spell, you can only cast it as a warlock. But if it's arcane based, you have to be an arcane caster. If it's divine based versus natural based,
Okay.
that kind of thing.
What were these?
Protection from good and evil and protection from poison.
Protection from poison. One is divine and one is natural.
In any case, these are likely too valuable to be consumed at the moment.
Yeah.
Are you saying that primordial and natural are the same thing?
Yes. Yeah.
This
Think of victory.
this seems a bit out of my league. Telperion, do you have a way to keep these in a more safe? I've got a sack. That
I
seems.
definitely would have like some kind of like little container. I'm kind of like from my slightly scholarly ways, right?
Potentially also with the nature of kind of your medical supplies and stuff, you may have some version of container that's a little more presentery than throwing it in a backpack.
Okay.
Which is the one you're trying to figure out what to do with?
We just are neither of us.
No, we're both just trying to preserve them, and I figured
I'm no
give it to Telperion.
spellcaster, but I can read them. He's a spellcaster, but he can't read them. So, in some ways, they're not useful to us. In other ways, these are treasures. So we should investigate them before we just consume them anyway.
Bit of a catch-22, if you will.
I'm very interested in how these were sealed. Many years.
We had noticed these drawers before they had opened. I'm also noticing the stairs on the map. I imagine that's the stairs into the room, not necessarily a stairs to a different floor. Is there anything else based on that revelation that we're like, oh, maybe let's check this part of the room, or let's check that thing that's poking out of the wall, or...
You are free to make an investigation check if you wish for the rest of the room.
I will do that with
Gonna help him
with my +0.
Absolutely, with Telperion's aid, you can roll with advantage.
Oh.
I'm gonna go hang out with Rowlett.
I roll an 18 +0, so 18.
You do a pretty thorough pass of the room, and you feel confident that although there's clearly light matching the rest of the temple, behind the weathered stone and vegetation overgrowth and stuff, there were clearly, grooves and relief work done on all the walls, but no noticeable or substantial clues as to other loot, essentially.
In my head, I'm thinking Stations of the Cross type symbolatry in the walls,
but much grander. It covers every square inch of this wall. If you brush away vegetation in certain spots, there's relief work there. Every shred of wall here has a giant tapestry of potential.
I guess I'll rephrase that of it's all clearly symbolatry and not meant to serve a purpose.
Correct.
That's how I think I would have, as I'm looking around the room, been like, Oh, that's beautiful, and that's probably important and a great sign of respect to this thing. But
Yes, it leans more toward form than function. Yeah.
okay,
Toby, maybe we should head back.
that was really cool. That was really cool.
That was the coolest thing I've seen in a long time. And I just watched a dryad come out of a tree.
I'm just in my head going like, wait, I thought he said he was 174 years old. That's the coolest thing he's seen in a... Whoa. And I'll be like, yeah, let's head back there.
I would like to take not the first watch. I want to trance in the center of the room in front of the Corellin statue. So I'll trance for 4 hours, and then I'll tell everyone after just 4 hours, I'll be able to watch for the rest of the night, and you all can sleep.
I'll keep an eye out for that time, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I was thinking like as we finished the combat, it was about dusk. Maybe we spent an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel good about letting him do what he said and then passing out next to Peony.
Sure. You all can absolutely, gather around and set up bedrolls and whatever. But I think we'll end it there, and we can pick up from this spot next time.
Oh, that was so good.
And you will all level up to level 2. So when we pick up next time, I'm going to be texting all of you guys and stuff, and we can talk through some stuff. But you guys, upon completing this short rest, or this long rest, essentially, that is in front of you, you will wake up, at level 2, essentially. So.
Do you want to walk us through really quickly how to level up in D Beyond?
You bet.
Ooh, that's a great question.
Do I trance anything?
That's what I want to get into next session, because I would like to flavor your trance. I want other people to be able to have some conversation and stuff and whatever you want. But there might be other things built into that long rest, possibly, depending on what you guys want to do with that time or how slowly you want to move through it. But let me pull up this.
That was also a super fun session.
I want to apologize. I think some of the content was good, but it's very clear, and I'm still learning as a prepper and stuff. It's very clear this content skewed towards certain characters, and
I'm very sorry. I feel very bad.
Well, it's like I literally, this is something that is more important to certain characters and less important to other characters. But at the same time, I want to be trying to make fun sessions for everyone, and I don't think I nailed it this time. But I'll get better at it. But I keep all of you in mind, I promise.
My quick thing that I think Steve will get most, Chris, you'll get it, but like, I'm glad none of that was like, okay, as Telperion and Toby do this thing, you guys, Roulette and Jerry, you guys leave the call so that only they get to experience. It's like, you guys are still here, like, experiencing it, and that's cool. Maybe your character doesn't know, but like, it's not like the DM says, okay, everyone else go away because I'm only focused on this character. Right.
Which is, I know what you're referring to in terms of, this is not spoilery to say, Critical Role has handled content like that in the past. I will never handle content like that. I'm never gonna only individually hone in on someone for a second. That is well done potentially, and they even faltered and figured out better ways to do it. But that's only well done when you have an audience. When it's just us trying to have fun, I will never.
It's also just like stuff like me being like, oh, I wasn't listening when Roulette and it would have been Jiri talking of like, oh, Roulette has talking about her past and her family, and I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cool. But Toby doesn't get to interact with it because he's leading the party or trailing the party or whatever. Okay, that was all.
So in your
D&D
character,
Beyond,
if you hit the gear icon next to your name, right under edit characters and manage levels, I imagine you just click on that, and then it will ask you what level of what class, because it allows multi-classing. So you'll probably select, I want one more level of this class, and then it'll
level 2 of this thing.
Level 2 of Celestial Warlock.
That's what we had established.
So is that what you are?
Yeah, dude, absolutely that's what I am.
I didn't know that at all.
I'm telling the truth.
When you said that and then you guys were like logistically talking about it, I was like, oh. But like until this moment, I had no idea.
He's definitely telling the truth.
No, he's not. He literally just read a shitload of Celestial.
Okay. And so I clicked on character level 2. It automatically did my hit points from 10 to 7. Oh, manage HP. Should we roll?
That's a really good question. I'm open to suggestions on if we want to roll for HP on level ups, and we could re-roll one so that no one has to have a shitty one, plus con, obviously. But
plus your con, that's what it is.
Take the average. You guys can let me know if you would prefer average or roll for it.
So I would roll a D10.
I love the...
I rolled a 2. I don't want to roll for this.
I love the idea of rolling, but I would much rather take the average.
No. Average.
Okay.
Then I rolled a 3 the second time. I'm not risking that.
Okay, so there goes that.
Average will be easier to keep track of, one, but also at no point in the story, I don't think, going to come down to, oh, if they rolled for it instead of took the average, they might live where they just died or some shit. Like, it's never going to, I don't know that this is a very critical choice to make. But.
So I did that. Oh, next.
And then you say next.
But
I haven't done this for a while from my last campaign of last year, so I can't remember exactly how the process goes. But I know it's
all you have to do is so this does it differently than
roll 20.
Basically, you're not leveling up. You're just selecting what level your person is at.
And then and then we just leave.
Yeah, and then you leave because then you're just you're at level 2. Because when you pick whatever level you go to,
you're so right.
It'll add the things that you need to pick. Otherwise, it'll just default in automatically, and it'll leave.
So right. That's wild.
That makes sense. So you're selecting, now I'm at 2, which allows multi-classing, because you could say I want 4, paladin and 2 druid or something.
Celestial Warlock was fun until I realized I wanted other class. I'm just trying to throw MJ off the trail.
Leveling up just now is the easiest level up I've done in my entire life.
Yes.
As a what I was to what I am. I feel like everyone has to know what I am. Steve definitely knows. Tim and MK, do you have a... Well, MK probably has the least clue. MK, do you know?
A fighter.
Tim, what's your guess?
I know what everybody is.
I believe Tim inherently.
I don't know what Tim...
I know for a fact he knows what I am. I'm curious about everyone else. But I also don't know what Jajiri is.
That's how he wants it.
I think there are very, 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 very few things people can 100% deduce right now. There are some things possibly, but
Tim has that one.
Very few.
I mean, yeah, things could change too, right?
Things could change.
I could have just multi-classed right now.
That is very possible.
I was thinking about it.
Spent 9 months building a character. Fuck it.
It's so appealing.
I think about multiclassing all the time.
No, because what's funny to me, Michael Jacoby, is I literally said out loud to Chris over last Christmas break what I wanted to be, and you were in the vicinity, and it's very funny to me that you didn't retain that.
I did not. But also, like, we were talking to you about all of the classes, right? Like,
yeah.
So
it was also like we hadn't started Midwater yet. I was like, it had been not even a month since we said, "Oh, Michael, if you want to join our Midwater campaign, you're welcome to." And I was like, "Oh, wow!" And then Chris brought up this is intended to be a shorter thing, and then we're going to do a longer thing. I'm like, "Oh," and then so I started thinking about it.
I love how universal it is that we all forgot we had inspiration.
Yes, you all have 1 point of inspiration still. Yes, that's true.
Didn't need it.
I see it as I'm looking at my D&D Beyond. I'm like, oh, we clicked that, didn't we? Fuck. I'm not used
Dude,
to
I'm so
that.
pumped I rolled 2 6s for my first swing with my greatsword.
You guys did a lot more damage to that thing more quickly than I expected. Well, I don't want to like give too much stuff away, so maybe I'll play some stuff close to the back.
I literally thought
differently than I expected.
I literally was expecting I was in initiative before it. I was like, if I hit this guiding bolt, maybe I won't do that much damage, but throughout the whole entirety of the next round of everyone going, someone or maybe no, that's not true. The next person to attack it will get advantage. I was thinking advantage until it hits, and that's not true. But in my head, I'm like, this is a great thing. I might not do that much damage, but and then advantage, and maybe Telperion does a great sword attack and fucking demolishes it or something.
If this is just like you were so close to killing it, like it was on its fucking last leg after that guiding bolt. You rolled so high on that. I saw its HP. I saw your roll. I'm like, oh, that's a strong attack. We're fine. Then you rolled so high. I'm like, wow. And then I'm like, oh, I'll use my last little ploy of charm one of them.
Chris, you should absolutely
Doesn't work.
Throughout the next week see why the virtual dice are rolling twice.
100%. Yep.
I'm definitely. I don't know why that's happening,
We'll
but
figure that out. I am very confident we'll get it figured out. I already have some suspicions. So
I do want to.
Tajiri can't be charmed because he's actually a satyr.
ooh.
You're such a piece. You're gonna be like a changeling after all. Like after all this air genasi stuff. It's gonna be a kobold under there.
3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Yeah, literally 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
some races definitely have resistances to what it did. So I wonder how that could have played out. But
Haters, right? They can't be charmed.
but
Or is it elves?
You guys
Elves, half elves, and satyrs. Because satyrs just resist magic overall. That was like a failing. We took that from the failing.
too strong. Too strong.
Although the amount of times I forgot about it, I don't think it was OP.
That's true.
Because your player will forget half of the time. So it's really only 50% resistance.
I just can't believe how casually they give a race. You get advantage on all saves against all magic forever. What? Like,
Yes.
What race is that?
I'm
Satyrs-
coming for my
satyrs are
second
stupid.
favorite race.
it's so strong. Like
No.
I don't like that ability. Too strong. But at the
I
end
do.
of the day, whatever.
I feel very guilty, but because like I really wanted to roleplay Telperion, like I feel like I ignored everybody, but this was like his like heaven essentially. So I feel kind of bad about it. I hope Tim and Steve didn't feel too left out.
Yeah, I hope in general everyone's like patient with each other. I adored how like much detail you guys gave, how like in the moment it felt like you guys really slowed down the pace in a great way to paint what you guys were doing. I fucking love that. I also want to try my best in prepping to balance that with also providing good content for everyone, which I think was a misstep, but we did great role play.
Go on.
I was gonna say it was fun spending the whole first session getting to this temple ruins, and then the second session was entirely in the temple ruins. So like there's that. Oh, we did a lot of progress, and then we spend time exploring things, and maybe next time we'll keep exploring things, or maybe we'll do a lot of things. Like that's always a very engaging way for a story to progress. Is differing rates of progression.
Who is that?
Someone rolling in the thing.
I see Mask of Many Faces.
Oh.
Eldritch Invocations. Says
The other thing that's
Chachari.
true though is like the story will sometimes definitely deviate.
Pause for a second. Tim, just a heads up. Whatever you're clicking, it's showing up in Roll20.
I don't know what I'm clicking on.
Well, no one look at Roll20.
I did, and I won't say anything.
Doesn't guarantee anything, but
It absolutely does not.
I'm closing Roll20.
That's
What
a
is-
great idea. Especially
yeah,
since the fact that I'm the celestial warlock of the group.
I'm not even gonna weigh in here because I have such a funny comment to make, but
Over there.
yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, just hide
What I was saying though is like the story will often deviate. Well, often I'm sure the story will deviate to each of us at turn, and I just guess I feel guilty because I got the first swing at the
Yes,
apple there.
Exactly. I would agree with that. I'm very excited about everyone's content that's going to be catered toward them and toward the whole
baby.
toward the group at large and stuff. I hope we're all willing to, go along the ride.
Except for Moby. No one gives a fuck about Moby. Oh my god.
Dude, Moby's like mythic. I've barely seen him.
Your comment about from Rhea of Gallus keeping Moby at Borz's farm. In my head, I was like, didn't? No, you're 100% right. I thought you were wrong as a DM there. I was like, but then I remember Jiri said, send Rebecca to get Moby and send to Borz's farm. For some reason, I was thinking, oh, send to Verdant Forest.
Exactly. At no point was the direction to run into the woods to find your friends. It was, hey, get him to Boris's farm. And, at that point, they could have figured out to just go in a certain direction. But Rhea was confident that Gallus would not let
have so many questions about how long Moby has been with Jiri, because Jiri seems so dependent on him. But also, like, I feel like Jiri has a long storied history. It sounded like he met Moby at the most recent town, so the sudden like dependency on it, I'm so intrigued by that.
Sounds like a question you could ask at your next long rest you're about to start.
Oh.
Also, unless you die in the middle, you guys are all going to complete a long rest eventually, unless you die. So everyone can go ahead and hit long rest if it allows it on your character. Maybe leveling up automatically gives you a long rest.
I'll absolutely do that. I was specifically allowing Telperion to trance as he described it, and then I was going to take a watch during his period, and then he said that he would watch over us the rest of the time.
And watches are absolutely relevant. Like, I'm not saying you're for free resting for 8 hours. Like, watches can be useful and valuable and stuff. I just want to say, like, you guys can refresh your character sheets is what I'm saying, to get all your fresh level 2 stuff or whatever.
I just want to say that out loud so I don't forget it as we go into next session.
I won't forget that either. I want everyone to kind of flavor for me, like, what's their routine here when they go to bed? Like, if Jiri is waiting on Moby for all of his backpack stuff, what's he doing without a bedroll or whatever? Like, I want to know, like, the nitty gritty, how you guys setting up camp type vibe. And we won't do this all the time, but first times we do this stuff, I like to set an idea in everyone's head. But
it is also very jarring to be done with a session of D&D at 9:15.
Oh my god, I know.
We started really early.
That's so funny.
I have at least another session of content prepared right this second, but we will get there in the future.
Should we ask some questions?
Level two.
We can absolutely ask questions. What do you guys want to ask? I will say, at other people's recommendation and my own realization, we're gonna, like, session 1, we were so eager to talk about stuff, and we like maybe skirted borders of like acceptable conversation. We're gonna like rein it back a little bit, but like real questions we can absolutely ask.
Yeah, like just player feeling, emotion, session reflection questions.
Yeah, for sure, 100%, always.
Tim, what's a good question for us?
Some of these questions, but
good question for like everybody.
Yeah, just like a good like end session.
Or anyone, or just like anything.
Tim was just the first person that ever told me about like post-session questions, so I like throwing it to him sometimes.
I'm not teachery in that way yet, that I'm like preparing. Oh, how are you guys engaged in this way or something? I'll get better at that.
Yeah, I gotta think for a second.
I will throw out there, as the singing thing was a thing, I was like, oh, am I gonna have to do that? And then kind of Chris was like, oh, so you guys can sing. And I was like, okay, so it didn't happen. And then I was like, oh, I should probably do that. And it was a very back and forth improv of like, am I gonna do this? No. Oh,
It was
I guess
badass.
It was
It was very cool.
It was a super cinematic moment how it played out. Do you guys want to hear what it sounded like?
Sure.
Let me pull something up real quick. There's a specific way this kind of sounds.
I'm writing down scenes, like if I were a really good artist or
If
visual
Steve,
artist.
don't discredit yourself.
No, like I have these like grand pictures in my head, and I'm writing down very specific scenes, like if fan art happened of this.
That's awesome.
Which it can. I'm recording.
Okay. Oh, that's an amazing question. If you could have one piece of fan art made from this session, what moment would you have made into fan art?
Amazing question.
Thank you,
that's a
Steve.
really good one.
Thanks.
Roulette totally bloodied, falling down and like smashing the back of the poison dryad on its back.
Dude, yes, that's what I want. A picture of your impact on this beast and it.
Oh, also because it's like with the guiding bolt like that was on its back too.
It was glittering, and no, it was shining on the spot you needed to hit.
Essentially, what happened in my mind was that guiding bolt was a radiant flame that was like burning from within this bramble creature, and then it was just giving off that extra light for the guiding bolt advantage. And just roulette just fucking clocked it and detonated it, essentially. I would love that fan art.
Because it surprised me and I did it was the singing thing. I had no intention of doing that until there was like silence in the Zoom call, and I was like, "Yep, here we go."
This is like what Celestial being sung, other than the word that Toby Rama used. This is like the chorus musical melody that kind of supersedes the physical words when you sing Celestial.
That's Chinese.
No.
It is not a specific language. It is a language developed for a video game that I took inspiration from for the
Awesome.
language.
Telperion would have chosen.
I just have like two stills that are making me laugh. I really love Telperion, like cartoon version of Telperion in front of the leaf with like a thought bubble over his head, like to pluck or not to pluck.
I'll revise mine. It's Telperion lifting up Toby Rama, like, you did it.
I literally just had this vision of like, you know, those little red things when you're little that you can like look through, and I just like pictured like you're just utilizing Toby to like translate Celestial that way.
That's awesome.
I'm also having a lot of fun playing a second language learner. A lot more fun than I would have thought I was gonna have.
I was thrown off by your jackpot shit, and I was like, oh no, he's literally playing in character. That's how you use that.
Yeah, I love that it's not his natural language, but it's common. Everyone gets common, but that's not the native. That's what he's trying to learn to
it's
get better.
It's almost like it's not common to him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's funny though, because like when I'm doing the accent, I want to use big words because like I think of him as like refined, but then I stop myself from using big words because it's like I pretend he can't hear big words or understand big words other people say, so I shouldn't then use too complicated of words.
But it would be fun when you're speaking in Elven in some regard to then eloquentize your speech. Yeah, that could be cool.
Level 2.
Tim, what's your scene you would want rendered?
His
Greatest
killing
moment.
blow on Dark Dryad.
Yeah, because I'm the one that actually killed them.
I loved your announcement of unsheathing your blade.
Address the
I
Stormbender.
also felt like it was like appropriate that Toby. No, that was separate. I was gonna say came in late, but then Jiri told me about the other Dryad. I was like, it would be funny if Toby came in late and was like, "Oh, Jiri, you killed it," and just like Didn't have the context.
I think in my mind, a really cool like the moment I would actually want is Roulette and Telperion like right afterward, and she's just taken the thermos, and to their left is, or no, to their right would be the decayed, broken, burn dryad, and they're both looking at a tree as the real dryad's coming out. Because I really liked playing into that fact that it was like her first combat, and there was no mechanicalness behind the drink she gave you, but like or I gave you, but I do like, yeah, it's just like Telperion would have seen a lot of people have their first fight, and you'd want to definitely be checking in on you.
It was tasty lime water.
It was lavender and
I have no desire for
lavender and
water.
clove.
It tastes like my mama's perfume.
No one wants to taste lavender. You want to smell
It has
it.
healing. I literally Googled herbs that are pain numbing.
Fair.
I do like that still, like as like the titular episode or title of like you all standing almost with your backs to the camera, looking at this beautiful creature in front of you.
Yeah.
As the dismantled remains of this dark thing are closest to the camera behind your backs. That's super cool.
New expected after session question. What was the title of this episode?
Oh, great question. What was the title of episode 1 and now episode 2?
Let's do episode 2 first, because it's
the title of episode 1 was Welcome to Force Hollow. Episode 2, ideas.
Into the woods. I guess we already went in the woods.
Yeah, that could have been session 1.
Ruins of
Ruins in the Emerald.
I mean, we could say Ruins of Carillion and be literal about it, or do we want to be
I
stylized
like Ruins
about
in
it?
the Emerald also, like, or something because there's 2 ruins in the Emerald right now.
Hear me out. I'm a big fan of alliteration.
Trees and tunes.
You don't want to always do alliteration,
And
but also like we could incorporate the burned tree because it was the burning from the Emerald. So there's
absolutely. I was gonna say Enigma in the Emerald, but we could also do
burned memories.
Ooh, that's so good. That's it. Burnt memories.
Memories.
Burnt memories.
Well, the whole thing we're walking around with, like,
the
memories.
dark druid dryad we killed was one of the trees from the burning.
So I just wanted, this is exposition that's not spoilery, it's not something I shouldn't say. It's just like, I hope I was clear enough through the true dryad's voice that this this dark dryads, as Telperion understands and understood in that moment, dryads are fey spirits that are, there's reason behind it, but they're bound to a specific tree on the material plane. And they have a radius where they can journey, but they're bound to a certain radius around a tree that's their binding place. And you're not in the place where the burning of the Emerald happened. So somewhere far to the east where that burning had happened, and there was just like an enormous fire 2 years ago, because one of the dryad's home was severed, that dryad lost their essence and went feral and just started wandering aimlessly, not knowing its own nature. So it just started like slaughtering and ferally making its way through the forest. And Forest Hollow seemed to be in that wake. So
What about One Chicken Down? Or Jiri's killing blow.
In my mind, Jiri killing.
That's actually really funny. Just because like
Jiri's retribution. Jiri's.
I'm picturing like Always Sunny in Philadelphia of
the
thing.
gang.
Jiri doesn't kill the boss.
No,
like,
but I also love the idea that all of the episode titles are from Jiri's perspective.
I killed my first boss.
Jiri defeats the woodland spirit. Jiri makes his entrance at Force Hollow.
Moby's getting fired.
This is super funny.
I do really like Burnt Memories because in my head, as Michael Kennedy, outside of it, I'm like, I'll probably include Christopher's true dryad description in the highlights of being like, oh, and this it was one of the people from the burning. So I'm thinking about the 30-minute, the 20-minute, 30-minute snippet that this session will be condensed down to.
Burnt?
What?
The dryad.
It was poison, wasn't it?
So he just was explaining. So a dryad is tied to one tree.
Oh, because
and the
tree got burnt down.
in the burning of the emerald.
That is how the true dryad, like what they heard was like, it was tied to a tree in the burning 2 years ago.
Yeah, I like burnt memories.
I like it too.
I do like the concept of memories because that was like core to going
We
through.
were also delving through the past in that session. I'm gonna underline that until another one is proposed in the. I likely will not be done with this by end of Monday.
I also would just advise. I would also just advise the word "burnt" might not be quite accurate of what happened.
Oh
but...
yeah, because we're concerned about. Get out of here.
I mean,
nerd.
I like
Get outta
brainstorming.
here, nerd.
Coming up with ideas for.
Well, and this is entirely you guys' journey to name the episodes. I just wanted to like clarify. There's no like, I guess the burning of the emerald's true, but the nature of this necrotic rot energy is not quite like fire ash. But
Tumble in the temple.
Memories and melodies. Tumble in the temple.
Ooh.
I also felt like I
Look
got
at this. Look at this slut for alliteration. Just got a little chub.
I feel like I got
Memories and
assaulted
melodies.
for the alliteration, and I went for burnt memories. That's not alliteration, so I don't know why you guys are assaulting me here.
memories and melodies is amazing.
Yeah, I'll write that down.
But I need to weigh in less. But I'm just very passionate right now.
I think you're welcome to weigh in.
Well, it's you guys' journey. You're
Well,
in.
Crit. He's a, okay, look.
My affinity towards burnt melodies or burnt memories was the image of the dark dryad, which it seemed like it had charred wood running through it.
Yeah.
Crit, did you pick the scene you'd want rendered? Was it with all four of us looking at the green dryad?
Yeah, I can very clearly, like, some of the people that have done fan art for Critical Role, I can just picture in their style that perfect landscape picture.
Wait, I have a different question that could be kind of fun. We could sprinkle on sometimes. What was the role you were most excited for in the session? Like, that was a good role. Like, what were you most excited? Like, at one moment, were you most excited? Like, fuck yeah, I got that good role.
That the role happened, or that there was going to be a role?
That you rolled well at that moment. Like, what was your most clutch role?
I wouldn't say clutch. I was happy to be paying attention to the surroundings perceptively, as it were. I was glad I wasn't failing. Oh, I was real bummed about my first animal handling check when I have a +3 modifier to that. To roll a natural 3 was unfortunate.
I suspect that Toby Rama's mind understood the nature of the fear and the panic in that horse.
My ability couldn't have overcome its fear
It was
necessarily.
a higher DC than 6, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go piss.
Also, I forgot, but on the top of the map, if anyone's here, I had the fucking scrolls here. I just forgot to make them visible, but...
Oh, Crit, how do I see the leaf?
If you click on inventory, and then if you go over to the right, manage inventory, you should be able to search dryad leaf.
It says filter, right?
No, yes.
Oh, I was spelling it wrong.
If you hit dryad leaf, you can add that to your inventory. You add 1.
Backpack or equipment?
It doesn't matter to me. I would do just general.
That's just a way to sort it, right?
Yeah, it's probably just a way to sort. Your backpack has like your adventurer's kit shit. The rest is your common inventory.
Equipment should be like the things that you click on and off, that like your weapons and shields and shit.
100%. So you can add that dryad leaf to your inventory. It's a pretty nifty item, especially if you're careful.
Can I tell you guys one secret? Never mind. Can I tell you a secret that doesn't really matter?
Sure.
When I rolled my Jade die, your characters can't know this. When I rolled my Jade die, well, I don't know. Maybe I won't say. Never mind.
I am glad.
Nah, you can't
that
start
Jiri-
something and not
that
say
Ji-
it.
I'm glad that Jiri didn't take me up on my bet because I would have lost a gold.
You want to know? It's not even that
Yeah,
big.
you can't start with it and then
All right.
stop halfway
So
through.
I decided the elves think left is lucky, and when Telperion rolled the die, he had never rolled it before, but he realized he can make it roll and land on any number he wanted, and so he decided he wanted to go left because it was lucky, so he made it land on a 1.
He basically made it seem fair, but he got to choose the direction.
Oh,
Yeah.
Toby would be so upset with you because he was willing to throw some coin on that.
You all get 5. Yeah, you all get 5 gold, including
You're dispersing. That's very kind of you.
Rhea gets 5 gold too. I'm throwing it to her.
He will give that to Toby Rama.
What?
He knows him longest. She's not going to hang on to the gold. She's going to just like, you guys can keep this, what you found. I'm more worried about getting the horse back safely.
Okay, then everyone gets 6.
Well, I feel like you said something, and now
No,
You did. She did give it to. She just.
Okay, fine. Toby, you get 10.
Here, look. You want a coin first to represent the
Yeah.
No,
action?
I don't.
The best money I ever
I
spent.
have an insane bias in this scenario, but
I do picture you try to split it up evenly, and then she just handed her piece to him.
Yeah, this is not that you guys know that much about Rhea, but this is, maybe potentially one step of learning a personality trait of hers.
Yeah. So, Jiri, you get 5.
Thank you.
Telperion, you get 5, and Toby, you get 10.
well, I'll throw an orcish phrase in Rhea's direction. Not that you were out of session, but it'll just be like, "Oh, thanks."
Still not an acknowledgement.
Um,
So these losers don't speak Orcish. We can just talk all day, bro. Ugh.
Oh.
yeah.
Dude, I'm ready to lay down some bars tomorrow. Except I feel like during my drive, I gotta build a framework in my head.
What I was struggling with today is, what if I come prepped and the theme of the song we're putting together matches none of that? You got to be adaptable.
Well, I like that you don't even have to be adaptable. I like the idea that we all carefully wrote some stuff, recorded or whatever, and you're coming in from work, so we got it all set up. You fucking walk downstairs, start spitting, period, done. Like, one take, let's roll.
But I also am very interested in hearing everyone's tentative verse at that time, being like, okay, they're all talking about fucking bitches, or this song is about magic, or this song is about getting money, and I'm like, none of what I had to say was about that. So, and then I go.
When's our next session?
Great question. I think I'm personally free Friday or Sunday or Saturday. I have a very open weekend next weekend.
I typically prefer Saturday.
Look at that mic you have. That's so serious.
Dude, I'm about to get a mic. I'm about to get speakers. I'm about to pick up a desk this weekend. Get a actual camera. I'm about to deck out this bitch.
I'd rather do Saturday.
I think I prefer Saturday, but if we do Saturday, it does need to be like 6:30, 7:30 Tim time for me, because I get off work at 5:30. I need to get home, eat.
Tim, we got to drink coffee that day.
Oh boy.
We can. I can
I'm
also do.
an
Fridays.
early bird these days.
I can also do Fridays if that is more preferable.
I would prefer Saturday. It gives me a little more sanity to have that day to prep last loose ends. It was a little it was a very busy week. It was a little tricky to prep enough, but granted, I have the next session worth of content prepped. But
I will also throw out, unless any of you guys disagree, I'm still available for Sundays. So if we're on any given week, be like maybe a Sunday morning or a Sunday afternoon or something.
Do you play next Sunday, Crit?
Good question.
Oh, I thought that campaign had ended for him. My bad.
No, I do still have a every other Sunday. So it would need to be in the morning is all, but I don't know. I don't remember right now. The last 2 sessions have been canceled, so I haven't played in like 6 weeks, so I forget if this next Sunday is the time or not.
If we play Saturday, The earliest I can do is 6:15. If it's Friday or Sunday, I can do any time. That's how I'll phrase it.
Okay.
And what time do you want to be off like done on
What day?
Any of them.
If it were
Saturday.
a Saturday, how late your time would you be willing to play?
Like midnight.
So 11 o'clock our time?
So
That's-
theoretically, we could start at 7
to 11 is
slash
a-
8.
That's more than enough.
Yeah.
We start at 6:30. I'll call it at 10.
Yeah, exactly. We can keep it like
Pretty-
you don't need to be doing 4 sessions every time, 4-hour sessions every time. Yeah.
We do.
I literally want to. The fact that at the start of this, you're like, "Oh, I have 6 hours per hour." I'm like, "Okay, let's do it." but
I don't want this word.
but I'm happy to plan on Saturday.
Wait, we never answered. Not everyone answered their question. What was your most exciting role of the session?
I don't remember.
You said yours when you hit the thing.
My most anticipated role
Oh,
that
know.
I didn't end up doing, I was hoping Chris would prompt me with a performance role for my singing.
I think for the nature of the story and narrative and stuff, you didn't need. There was no, and you don't know the the requirements, the parameters of whatever incantation was on that thing, but it did not require a performance.
It was as I was like saying, "Oh, I'll start singing," but I hadn't actually. Michael Kennedy started singing it. I'm like, okay, so Chris is gonna ask you to do a performance check, and then it was just kind of quiet. I'm like, and I started singing.
I will also say the fact that you fucking sung in a different.
Yeah, you would have gotten an advantage on the roll if
You
anything.
don't need a performance check. Auto nat 20.
You would have gotten double advantage. Are you going to sit down? You would have got double advantage. 'Cause I was
always
playing my
cancels out to advantage.
no, but I was playing my lyre and you sang out loud. You would have rolled 3d20s.
I'm
Right.
literally so self-critical that I'm about to, as soon as we're done, or just rewatch that back and be like, oh no. Oh.
I want you to know it was super fucking cool and your voice sounded good. So it was awesome.
It was so cool. And I think you and I very kind of carefully and naturally like checked in with each other of when do I start to describe something or how much do you want to go into it. It was just great.
Yeah, Celestial Warlock. I'm
I
digging
will
it so
say
far.
My most excited role, which is excited as in elevated heart rate, was when the DM's worst fear at level 1 is you nat 20 a player character by a boss. But his club, his arm, is they can it's a cantrip. They can cast Shillelagh on their arm and it like doubles their damage. It lets them use wisdom and stuff instead of, or charisma in their case,
Right.
instead of strength or whatever. He hadn't done that yet. So like it was just a strength roll, and that helped damage against roulette stay minimum.
Also, crit our first encounter was with the Dark Dryad. Very cool monster choice.
Yes, absolutely.
Pretty excited about it for a million reasons, and it's just like I can't wait till I can talk about stuff someday.
Yeah, only 2 years from now when we're done.
Yeah.
And then even then, maybe we are still in the world and you're like, I can't talk about it yet.
We'll see.
You wanna go sit down?
Cool. All right. Great stuff, everyone. Thank you very much. Especially thank you to Steve and Tim, who I apologize if I didn't quite cater stuff if it was boring at any points, but major shout outs to MJ and MK. You guys
Listen, I had some quality horse time. It's fine. My favorite thing that I figured out. So what city did we start in?
Force Hollow.
Where's Hollow?
And if you're trying to lead Peony to a specific place, what do you say? Horse follow.
Oh, holy shit.
He wrote it on a post-it note and he showed it to me. I was like, you turd.
Holy shit, that's amazing.
I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
What is
Thanks,
it?
I hate it.
That's hilarious.
That's incredible. That's at least in the highlight reel for this session if you're still recording.
From Forest Hollow to
That was
Horse.
at 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 20 seconds. I will
That
note
should
that.
literally be the name of the episode. Horse Hollow to Horse Follow.
I'm going to call it Horse Follow. That's it.
That would be welcome to Forest Hollow. Horse Follow.
Wait, so I wanna think about something.
Well,
and I'm only going off information I have because I'm curious how many people. What's the language count? Because I know that Michael is speaking Celestial and Common.
So this is also a very minor thing.
And
that I'm
Orcish.
excited
I was
that
gonna
we're
say I'm
getting
speaking
into.
Orcish.
I'm very excited we're getting into the languages because language is such an underused thing in D&D, and it's fun to like learn about why does your character speak this, or like I don't know. I just like building it into the world.
I'm curious if anyone has caught Telperians because I played his hand a little bit on language.
I think we would assume Elvish.
A little bit.
You said
I
primordial.
also would maybe take away half a point for your comment because
Yeah, it's 2.5.
It's desiring.
So
He's a CSL learner.
Did you hear anything else?
I heard
You
the
said
prime.
primordial.
Yeah.
So Primordial, Elvish, Common.
So 3 and 3. We got 6 so far. I know nothing about roulette. Jiri.
I said one other. I was just curious if anyone caught it.
I think you in game said Sylvan. I don't know if any of us would have caught that if that's the case or not.
Gotta be, right? If you're an elf, I feel like it's gotta be Sylvan.
That's what I was assuming it.
I was also thinking in terms of, I think the Dryads were mentioned that they're Fey focus, and so are elves, Sylvan. I don't know, but that was my thought process.
It's hysterical, and this is not about to turn into speculation. I think it's so funny how close you're playing it to the best, Tim. Because I don't think, language-wise, Common, and you mentioned primordial magic, but like you've kept it so well.
Also, forgive me if I'm wrong. I would assume Tim knows the mechanics the most, so he's more aware of what gives things away. Not that you're trying to hide things, but just like I also think I love Jiri so far of his performative nature.
I like that we have a little bit of a clown. Like I think we need it.
I was expecting to be the clown as we entered this campaign.
Oh, and you got outclowned?
I got outclowned as I'm seeing it so far. By roulette, surprisingly.
It's just funny because, like, in my mind, this is the last thing. In my mind,
do we have to finish?
Tim has like given up mechanical advantages because he's not using everything in his pocket.
How do you know I haven't been?
I don't.
That's what I don't.
Bye, Steve.
I literally think he's being
What do you think I am?
Character honest.
Mm.
And I think Tim again knows the most about this fucking game. It knows, oh, I could have done this, but the character wouldn't know this. So I'm excited to see what Jiri knows and potentially help him understand things, so that he can reach his full extent.
And I guess I don't know all the classes 1,000,000%, but in my mind, each class has like something that is like unique to them. Although obviously Michael threw me for a loop as well.
Imagine not knowing Eyes of the Graves.
I'm looking it up now. But like, it's not like you used a lay on hands. Like in my mind, most classes have something that's signature, and the fact that you haven't revealed a signature move yet makes me feel like you're holding your cards close. But
Moby was gone.
his most unique feature.
The second Moby shows up, we're gonna be like, oh, Jiri is this class, this subclass, this race, and it's that.
Maybe Moby is my real character. Maybe Jiri's the throwaway character.
Maybe Jiri is Moby's thrall.
Can you imagine?
You never know.
The fact that you said that, I'm like, okay, I'm glad he hasn't done that, but that would have been amazing if that was the play.
Could still happen.
I love that you got your backup
spoiled it for
character
you.
right there.
What was that?
I love that you have your backup character ready to go.
Yeah, in case Jiri
This
dies.
is literally the first. This is the first character I've ever thought of. I thought of Kai after I thought of Toby. Technically speaking. So I'm not in a position where I'm like, oh yeah, if I die, sure, I'll go on to. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be traumatizing for me.
I'm super pumped, you guys.
Thanks for the good session, Crit. And
I got
the Elvish Playground.
I got lots of fun things coming. I just want to make sure everyone's involved and just.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your help. One of my attacks, it doesn't have a damage dice. It's
Okay.
like always rolling a 0.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
There's that. Also, my double virtual dice, but still calculating the right dice thing going on.
Okay. Yes, yeah. There's definitely some hiccups we'll have to work on for everyone. So.
Okay.
And
There's
I,
like-
Oh yeah, don't go back through roll 20 because I just rolled like a million times.
I
and
closed it and I have not opened it again.
Okay.
Oh, that's another thing, Tim. If you're in the future not wanting to display things, if you just close out your Roll20 browser, D&D the Beyond 20 extension's not going to communicate that to Roll20.
Oh shit.
So
Okay, yeah,
that's-
because I've been clicking on a lot of stuff, and so there could be.
Well, if you're out of roll 20 and you click
Yeah, well,
on
I'm in
on
roll
D&D
20, so,
Beyond, will
there
it
we go.
show you something, even though it's not portraying it to roll 20?
It possibly. It also just innately rolls in D&D Beyond as well, but it's just a little bit different in terms of how it stores that information and stuff. But in general, yeah, in the future, if you want to keep things hidden, just close out of the Roll20.
But
Look at the jade die and the opal die.
oh
and the-
no! But when you go back in, everybody's gonna see it, so you're gonna scroll up and see all my rolls.
Or Chris could just roll a bunch of rolls.
It makes you feel better. You've built the mystery up enough that I don't want to go soil it for myself.
That's
so I'm
the
not going to go.
lamest way to find out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Although I am going to go look up the grave thing that Michael used. Eyes of the Grave. or
I
whatever.
encourage it. If one of the characters knows, the DM
Dude, I'm
knows.
so confused.
There we go. Now no one has to worry about it.
You cleared it?
I just blasted a million M's.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to end the recording.